morning, everyone. Welcome to our Board of Trustees public session agenda on April 8th, 2021. It's now 6:01 p.m. We have a very busy meeting tonight, and we'll get going shortly. But before we do, we should all and can all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. So we now move to the public comment portion of this meeting tonight. It appears that there is some significant public comment. I would just remind everybody that the public comment is for general comment, and any public comment as relates to the numerous public hearings we have tonight can be and should be reserved for those public hearings. So if you're thinking about commenting, for example, on the budget, that will be during the public hearing then. And then again, public comment is for general comment. So Kat, I don't know if we have anyone with a hand raised, but if so, we can start to let our residents in.
I will wait for a raised hand. Nobody yet.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a 3-minute timer for this evening for the public comment and for the public hearings.
Excellent.
Here comes your
Rome
first
right there.
person, Rome Arnold. I'm asking him now to unmute.
This is Rome Arnold, 150 Herrick Road, Southampton. I'm sure you all know what I'm going to ask you, and that is why the trustees feel that they do not need to respond in any way to over 25 emails that have been sent to all of you about gas-powered leaf blowers. I'm not suggesting that anybody should have given us a solution, but I'm astonished at the complete lack of response from any of you.
Thank you, Rome. If there's no comment from the board, thank you, Rome, for the public comment. I do not know if I see any additional hands raised.
Not this time. Should I put him back out?
Does that mean you don't answer the question? Again, continue, lack of answer?
Roma, personally, I support you, and you know we've spoken many times. But if none of our board members can speak if they're interested, but they're not obligated to speak.
I am truly astonished.
Rome, I would say I do receive your emails, and I have spoken to several people on that email chain, and I do support I would support further regulations to contain leaf blowers. I have spoken with our police about enforcement. Also, in terms of hiring another code enforcer to enforce these issues. Obviously, I know there are people who want a complete ban of gas-powered leaf blowers, but right now, as you can see, our agenda is packed, and I know that's something that we have discussed amongst ourselves, but we do understand we do understand your plight. At least I do, and I do want to publicly apologize that I haven't returned your emails, but I will say I have gotten in contact with several of people on your email chain. So please feel free to call me personally, and we can discuss this personally.
Thank you. I'll stand down.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, is there any additional public comment? Rome, I actually spoke to Paul as well this morning, just so you know. It does not look like there's any additional public comment here, so we'll move to our employees of the month. We have several employees of the month. Those are Matthew Zalotka, John Downing, Ed Kopas, James Nanos, and Cyrus Tyson of the Buildings Maintenance Department. And on behalf of our Board of Trustees, we wanted to thank them, the entire group, for all of their hard work. They did an outstanding job making Village Hall, particularly the first floor, look beautiful. We've had a carpet installation. There's been some painting and whitewashing. And this year, when our residents come in to get their beach passes, they will see a newly designed and newly upkept first floor of Village Hall. It looks great, and wanted to thank collectively the entire group. We see them working hard every single day, coming in for as they say, an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. And we are very happy to have this entire team working for us, and that's why we have so many employees of the month this month. And then also wanted to thank John Cause, who's the department head supervisor, for his leadership in this process. So thank you to the group. This was for the Village Hall project from November 2020 through April 2021. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next portion of our meeting is the board presentation. That is, we have two board presentations. The first is a presentation of the May 31st, 2020 audited financials from Sadie Levine and Siaco CPAs. Charlene, I think you're on mute, but we'll pass this over to you.
Hello, Kat, do we have, is there a Bill Coates in the waiting room?
Let's see.
William Coates?
Yes.
I believe there's somebody else, someone else should be joining him too, but we'll get him in and find out who the other person is. I'm not sure who is.
All right, whoever's with him, raise your hand so I can bring you in. I don't see any hands up yet. Oh, there we go. Frank Slutter is coming in. Sluter, I think. Okay. All right, so I'm going to ask both of you to unmute and turn on your camera. All right, there we are.
Good evening. My name is Frank Sluter. I was the partner in charge of the audit. My associate, Bill Coates, was the manager on it. I didn't take up too much of your time. I understand you have a long meeting this evening. Once again, the village received an unmodified or clean opinion on the audited financial statements, which is a clean opinion, which everybody always wants. I'd like to just go over some brief items, mostly the budget versus the actual expenditures, as well as the budgeted income versus the actual income. Total revenues of 33 million had exceeded the budget by 2.1 million, which is very good. The most notable items that gave rise to more income was zoning fees. They exceeded budgeted amounts by 420,000. As well as beach permit fees, which exceeded budgeted amounts by 250,000. Another area where income was higher than budgeted amounts was in the area of use in money. Interest earned on the village's cash positions exceeded budgeted amounts by almost 242,000. Another area that the budget did well and was in state and local aid. The income from state and local aid exceeded budgeted amounts by almost 1.1 million. The areas were mortgage recording taxes, which was almost $350,000 for the current year. And chips and park aid, which also exceeded budget amounts by almost 506,000. So overall, those items contributed almost all of the 2.1 million of favorable budgeted items, which means your income did exceed your budgeted amounts. If we move down to the expenditure area, total expenditures of 28,400,000 were under budgeted by almost 1.6 million, which is also very favorable. The areas that did contribute to this were in the general government, judgment and claims were less than budgeted amounts by almost 119,000. And in the area of contingency liabilities, they were less than budgeted amounts by 175,000. Another area that contributed to this surplus were in the employee benefits area. Budgeted amounts were greater by almost 646,000. So between those items, you added to the surplus of the village by just short of $2 million. If we look at the balance sheet, which is the assets less the liabilities for the budget, it's a strong balance sheet. Total assets and this is only for the general fund. Total assets are almost 21 million, and current year or short-term liabilities are only 3.5 million, which gives the overall fund balance of 17 million. Now that sounds like a lot of money, and it could be, but you still have almost $6 million of that 17 that's reserved for your LoSAP, your length of service award programs, for the ambulance and firefighters. So that does reduce your overall surplus by almost $7 million. In the end, it's giving the village roughly a $10 million unassigned surplus, which is almost 30% of your annual budgeted expenditures for the year. It's very robust from a number, but you also have to look at some of the expenditures that the village is going to incur over the next few years that are not reflective in this general fund. Most notably is compensated absences. You have almost $6 million of absences, which are unused vacation, unused sick time that the employees of the village have earned and will get paid out on those amounts. Nobody knows, if somebody retires early, you would have to pay them out. If somebody takes an extended vacation, you would have to pay those out. So that 10 million would also then possibly could be reduced by that $6 million. So we should take that into account, and you can always reserve for that within your budgeted amounts of that unassigned surplus. If you wanted to put some of that into the employee reserve, you could, and that would definitely reduce that overall surplus. Other than that, the biggest question a lot of municipalities has to do with the OPEB, other post-employment benefits. Most notably, it has to do with health insurance that is going to be paid upon the retirement of village employees. That liability naturally cannot be funded. You're not allowed to fund it in New York State. The government does not allow you to pre-fund it. But you're going to pay that off as you have been and how all municipalities do. It's a pay-as-you-go. As people retire, you're going to just figure out, add it to the budgeted amounts for future years, and you're going to have to pay that expenditure as you go. Unfortunately, it's not like the state pension fund where you're required to make contributions, and naturally the state controller's office will tell you what you're required to contribute, and you contribute. The health fund, you're not allowed to pre-contribute, and as of right now, it must be a pay-as-you-go. Other than that, the village finances were all reported on the financials, and we had no real issues.
Just so if I can add to that, we currently have a provision for $300,000 in the operating budget for this current fiscal year and in the proposed budget for next year as an allocation to compensated absences reserve. So we will begin to fund that in that manner, slow but sure. Right now we have an allocation of $300,000 in both years' budgets too. So there'll be, by the time the next year is over, there'll be an additional $600,000 added to that reserve.
And you already have 700,000, so you'll be at 1.5. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Charlene, do we have an idea how many people are going to retire in the next year?
We don't really know. I mean, there's been some talk. Usually at the police department, there's a requirement, and I know that the chief has some type of a policy there that folks are supposed to, notify so that they can prepare the work chart. They usually have a little bit more advance notice than we do, but basically at this point in time, we just hear people chatting about it, but we don't, we have nothing, no set schedule.
I have a question.
A question from the public?
Kimberly Allen has her hand up. Is she supposed to come in for something on this?
I believe that's a reserve for the public hearing.
Okay. I'll put her hand down. Sorry, Kimberly.
There isn't public hearing, public comment at this point of the meeting, correct, Ken? For a presentation?
No, there is not.
Thanks, guys.
Anyone else have any questions? Trustees, Mr. Mayor?
I'll just say thank you for your work, and it was a great report, and again, it's great to see that we have more money than not. So it's good that we're
Oh yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
we're in a good spot. So thank you.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Frank, thank you. The only other question I have is, are you able to determine from which collective bargaining agreements the OPEB is drawn from?
You have very robust policies for vacation and sick time. To be truthful, it's not unusual for a lot of the villages to have these. They use it, especially when you have your own police and ambulance. That's where we've always noticed the biggest compensated absence always come from, because they're able to carry forward and keep carrying forward. And the unique portion of this number is, if let's say I carried over 100 days that I didn't take 10 years ago, but I recognized I accumulated those 10 years ago, but they're paid to me at my current salary. So that's an issue that's magnified. I could say the first 10 years I didn't take any vacation, I accrued all this. Since then, I've been taking my vacation and sick time, but I'm still banking on those days, and they're going to be paid at the salary that I retire at. So, and that's it a lot in most of the collective bargaining agreements, and good luck addressing that, because it's not an easy task.
That's true. A lot of municipalities have negotiated in a cap, where if an employee goes over a
New
certain,
employees too, especially.
yeah, new employees, or if an employee goes over a cap, let them bank a certain number of sick days or vacation days, and if it goes over the cap, I think Southampton town had something in place where at the end of the year they just pay you out.
They have to pay you out. Yeah, some of the libraries are starting to do that, because some of these libraries, I have collective bargaining from 1970, where you can carry over 250 days. You're retiring you're retiring a year early, in essence. So they can only do it with the new employees for sure. Yes.
Thank you, Frank. It's a good presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for your work.
Thank you. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you,
Nice to see
gentlemen.
again.
All right, so we have one further board presentation. That's from the Hampton Designer Show House. We're looking forward to this one, and we'll see who is out in the audience.
Whoever's with the next presentation, please raise your hand, or someone on the board tell me what their names are. Nobody?
We can revisit this,
Okay.
but it's an important one. It's about a charity at the at our related to the hospital, and it's a reference from Robert Ross, the head of governmental relations. So maybe we'll call over, and we will look for the presenter, and we can get to him in between some of the public hearings.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I got a hand up. Jim Burkrot. Let me bring him in. And he's coming in. Hi, Jim.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Good to see you.
You too. Thank you for having me. I'm the president of the Southampton Rose Society. And I believe Valerie Hanley had reached out to the board regarding putting this issue on the docket, which would be that the Southampton Rose Society, as you may know, maintains 5 rose gardens throughout the village, especially the one behind the Rogers Memorial Library. The national flower of the United States is the rose. The state flower of New York is the rose. And a few years ago, the official flower of Southampton Village is the rose. Each year, and possibly this year, we're going to have a modified rose show, as we always do in the Morris Room at the library. What the Rose Society is requesting for consideration of the board is if the board could officiate a Rose Day every year. And the board of the Rose Society is thinking about clever ways in which we could involve the local business owners to beautify their storefronts, create arrangements with roses. We would be able to judge them and give them awards, et cetera. The Chamber of Commerce said we could be outside on their front area on Main Street to talk to people about the Rose Society, what we do, and gain more membership and fund the gardens that beautify our village. So the request is, could we consider having an annual Rose Day in June in Southampton Village?
So Jim, absolutely yes. I think you definitely jumped into our meeting here because we had the Hamptons Designer Showcase, but good for you.
Sorry about that.
You got a free a board presentation, but I think that's something we definitely can do. I'm glad you were able to bring this up. But I don't know if our board has any comments here. We'll give this one a free pass.
So I apologize. I thought nobody had raised their hand. That's why I just raised my hand. So sorry.
You know, you don't get what you don't ask for, as they say. All right. I think that's something that, is there a specific day? I think that's something that we can probably do tonight.
You're asking me if there's a specific day, or you guys are having a day?
It's on the agenda.
On the agenda,
one of the
Mayor.
Resolutions
Okay.
for June 12th.
Got
Yep.
it.
Exactly.
Resolution 18.
Okay, perfect. All right, you're all set, Jim.
Thank
Can
you
I
all.
make a comment, Jesse, on this? Am
We
I allowed to?
we do the public
All right.
public comment at the
Bye, Jim.
hearing and at the end.
Okay, got it.
All right, so we'll move to our next portion of our agenda tonight, and that is our first public hearing. So I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing for the purpose of reviewing the 2021 to 2022 tentative budget, showing the estimated revenues and expenditures of the Village of Southampton, New York for the fiscal year beginning June 1st, 2021. Okay.
We have second to open the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have some, Kat, we probably have some public comment. I would like to remind the speakers that they have 3 minutes to speak. We will be timing their comment period.
It's public comment right now for the last presentation?
Well, actually, Jesse, did you want to open up with some comments first? Mayor? Mayor?
Miranda
We're
is
going to be
sharing.
opening up. I'm just switching to
Oh, yes, there's a screen share here.
swapping
Yeah.
screen shares here.
Okay.
Just bear with us. Thank you for everyone's patience. All right, thank you. Okay. So we have our Southampton Village fiscal year 2022 tentative budget. And we're going to begin our presentation with how we constructed our budget. So this particular year, we constructed our budget both in our traditional ways, but as we move forward to the future, using Questica, which is a budgetary management software. This provides the public and trustees with more detailed information and data than ever before. And we're looking forward to having this available to all of our residents on our website, accessible to all with extremely detailed data, as well as illustrations, charts, and graphics that our budgetary management software. And thank you to our board for adopting this and for funding this, will be available to all. The Questica software enhances our ability to perform quality analysis, and quality analysis leads to better data-driven decision-making. We implemented position-based budgeting, which reports the total cost of every position in each village department, including fringe benefits costs. So this is the first time our budget will compare apples to apples. We'll see the true cost of every line item and every position. Now, this particular year, we took a different approach. We used a zero-based budgeting process. Zero-based budgeting is based upon actual expected expenditures and not relying on prior year's budgeted appropriations. So this particular year, as we saw which particular items were fully used and not used, we were able to make better decisions when forecasting our budgets. Again, appropriations have historically not been spent, yet continue to be budgeted at the same level each year. We have also implemented some new revenue streams that are equitable and help the village maintain and enhance services, and this will also be in our budget revenue estimates. So our new revenue ideas are as follows. First, thanks to our board, we're going to increase non-resident beach fees. In particular, we want to value our village residents, and we will incur various costs. So increasing non-resident beach fees goes hand in hand with that, and is also consistent with whatever other municipalities, towns, and villages are doing across the East End. We also have a new street parking plan that emphasizes enforcement and raises the penalty for illegal parking. For example, we have able-bodied people parking in spots reserved for people with disabilities. We'll be increasing the fines and enforcement on particular offenses such as that. And then we also have new helipad advertising revenues. So we'll have new priorities for the budget moving forward. First, as we just heard from our auditor, we have this particular fiscal year, we have a $3.7 million operating cash surplus. Now, this was due in part to revenue increases, as our auditor laid out, as well as stronger fiscal controls. And what will be the best use for these surplus funds? We'd like to propose that our Board of Trustees reserve these surplus funds for environmental, water quality issues, which would enhance the quality of life for our residents and businesses. So for example, we recently formed our sewer task force comprised of village residents in order to put together a map and plan, as well as an engineering plan, which we can then provide a down payment for as we go out for additional grant funding from the CPF Water Quality Fund, as well as the New York State EFC, the Environmental Facilities Corporation. And if the New York State passes the Mother Nature Bond Act, there'll be an additional $3 billion available for some of these environmental water quality issues. So we want to be ahead of the curve. We're working very hard to complete our map and plan, and this $3.7 million operating cash surplus will be used in part to fund that. In addition, for the first time in our village's history, we'll be adopting a capital plan and a capital budget. We'll be working closely with our trustee liaisons, department heads, in order to determine what is the best use for our capital budget. This is a process, implementing a process where the Board of Trustees will construct a 3-year capital plan, which will then be rolled out this spring and summer. We'll be planning based on village priorities and fund capital expenditures within our budgeted means. This particular process was a transparent one. It was collaborative, which included departmental input, village trustees, village staff, and the Budget and Finance Committee, currently comprised of village residents. And wanted again to thank our trustees here, particularly our Deputy Mayor, Gina Resta, who oversees the Department of Public Works. In addition, Trustee McLaughlin, our liaison to the Fire Department and the Police Department, Trustee Polaro, who's the liaison to the EMS, Emergency Service Department, and Trustee Parrish, who's our liaison to our Justice Court. So thank you to our group here, to our staff, Charlene, Julie, Kathy, Pat, everyone who helped us put together this budget, and again, our Budget and Finance Committee. Our team together met with every department head and reviews budget lines in depth and discussed budgetary adjustments that would not impact our level of services. So our department heads were very involved in this process. So we'd like to just review some of the fiscal year 2020 proposed budget highlights. First, this particular budget will reduce spending and cut taxes. We'll be reducing our tax levy for the first time in our village history. And we'll also be reducing the tax rate on assessed values for the first time in 20 years. Also, through the use of budgetary management software, this will increase fiscal transparency, and we believe this is the best path forward for our residents and businesses and taxpayers. So just so those who are viewing this can see, we prepared a pie chart as where does our money come from? So you can see that our money, 80% of it comes from real property taxes. That's $25.6 million approximately, $840,000 approximately for beach revenue, $1.4 million due to land use permits. Again, we wanted to thank Chris Talbot, our building inspector, who does a great job running a very tight department, as well as fines and fees, intergovernmental services, federal and state aid, and other miscellaneous income. So where does our money go? Well, you can just take a look at this chart to see where our money is going. And we'll just leave this up for a moment or so just to get a better sense of where our village is spending our money. So this is a very important slide here. This is our tentative budget. And you'll see that we reduced our tax rate per $100 of assessed value by 25 cents. That's a 1.24% decrease in our tax rate. So we're moving in the right direction. There's a tax levy cap of approximately $3 million. So we left over $800,000 on the table, $834,873 to be exact. So again, wanted to thank our department heads, our treasurer, our team here for being fiscally responsible and leaving more money under the tax cap levy. And again, reducing our village property taxes. Now, we hope to continue this in the future, but we have our budget hearing on this particular budget tonight. So here's a year summary. You'll see the tax rate. This is a 17-year summary from the end of the fiscal year of 2006. That's the 2005 to 2006 fiscal year. You'll see that per $100, the tax rate has increased. So again, this is the first year where we have decreased our tax rate. You'll see the sharp increase over time. This just reflects the taxable assessment value. Again, it's the 16-year summary. You'll see that over time, despite the tax rate increases, we've had a very strong steep curve here in the rise of assessment value. Interestingly, this particular year, we saw a more modest increase in assessed value, and that was partly due to the fact that for one quarter, due to COVID and due to the pandemic, there was a decrease or a shutdown of construction. So after speaking to our tax assessor, we believe that our next year will see a sharp rise in assessed value, but we did not catch the full rise in a taxable assessment value because of that pause in construction. So we're actually doing quite well by being able to reduce our tax rate, even when our assessed value has not gone up as sharply as it has in years past. Again, this just shows the tax levy collection. It shows the steep increase in our tax levy and then a modest decrease, but again, we're moving in the right direction. Again, this is just a sample of the impact on a residential homeowner. Again, we're moving in the right direction. This year, regardless of your value of your home, you'll be seeing a reduction in your property taxes. So at this point, I will turn this over to our treasurer, Charlene Cagle-Betts. Charlene, you can just let me know when you'd like to move through. Actually, I'll take the next couple slides and I'll pass this off to you. This is our outstanding bond indebtedness going in the right direction. Our fund balance, as we saw from our auditor this morning. So, and again, this is the end of the slideshow here. So we can have Charlene talk about some of the budget issues. We could open this up to comments from our board, and then we could open this up to public comment here.
Mayor, if you'd like, I could just show a little bit of the changes in how the budget reports look in the pages. I could share my screen really quickly. I'm assuming everybody can see this. In the past, what the village budget would basically just report the prior year's adopted budget and the current year proposed budget and the difference between the two. Which was a little difficult. Normally, required elements of a budget, according to the State Comptroller's Office, would be that you would show one prior fiscal year's actual results and a year to date for the current year. This way, the board, in making a decision on how spending trends look, can decide whether or not the funds are appropriate. It can be, people can budget an amount, department heads could request $1,000 a year and be spending $5,000 a year, or request $10,000 a year and spend $1,000 historically year over year. As we went through this process, we kind of incorporated some of the mid-year changes that we made while we were reducing our budget back in December. If you remember, it looked like we were going to be have quite a significant shortfall in many of our revenue lines. The department heads all came forward. They were able to offer up cutting expenditures that could be reduced without reducing services. Ironically, as we did some analysis here in the Treasurer's Department, we found that the lines that they offered up as excess surplus funds in their budget, in their operating budgets, were very similar to line items that were underspent in prior years. So what happens traditionally in an organization is that the budget becomes a rote document. So we budgeted 10,000 last year. I'm budgeting 10,000 this year. It's a 0% increase in my budget. However, what have you spent last year? What do you intend on spending this year? That's the premise behind zero-based budgeting. So as we've gone through that process, and it looks like now our revenue from building department has turned around, and it looks like we will be, ending up flush in that particular revenue stream. The beach revenues are still behind, as we have mentioned in the previous meeting. That's the rationale in preparing a zero-based budget. So as we went through, as you see with the report, this is an example of one department. This is the central garage account. So we see the actual actual expenditures from the prior year, the adopted for the current year, the revised budget, if we had made any changes, and basically you'll see the difference, the reductions that we made mid-year, and then where we are as of, and this is as of February, the year-to-date actual expenditures, and you'll see the line item for the budget. What we also did, as the mayor mentioned previously, is in the past, all of the employee benefit costs were separately shown separately in the budget in a place where in a different department. So the trend these days is to move towards showing the total employee cost in each department. So the Questica software allows us to use position-based budgeting, which we've done, and you'll see here. So just to compare apples and apples, we put a subtotal in each one of the department pages so you can see what the cost is year over year before we added the employee cost, the employee benefit costs in, and then you see afterwards. So this is one of our regular departments that provide services for the board to the town, Central Garage. They manage to service all of our village vehicles throughout the village. And then we have here, this is the supporting page, which is a new page, which shows the position costing details. So it shows each one of the titles that are budgeted. It shows the date of hire, their base salary, any additional pays, and also any fringe benefits associated with that. So you get the true total cost here. So that's just the rationale that we used in preparing the budget. And I didn't know if any of the board members had any questions before we open it up to public comment. And that's about it.
Thank you, Charlene. That was excellent. Are there any comments or questions from the board?
I'd like to thank you, Charlene and Mr. Mayor, for bringing about this transparent budget process. And it's very easy to understand. And I think the public is going to greatly appreciate the reduction in taxes.
Yes, thank you, Charlene, for all your work. I know you and the budget committee worked very hard on this, and we spent many hours at these meetings with the department heads. So I appreciate your time and again, Ed Moneypenny and Len Zanetti as well, who gave up their free time to do this. So thank you.
I believe, Mayor, that Len Zinanti did want to make a comment first before we open to public comment, or he's the chair of our Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay. Len, we'll see if you're here. We see you here.
I got him. I will
Okay,
bring him
excellent.
right in. Okay, so Len, I'm asking you to unmute and to start your video. Oh, there you go.
I'm getting to be an expert at this.
Nice.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to address this public hearing. I'm Len Zinanti, and I have the honor and great pleasure of serving as the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. The committee representatives are Dana Neller, Rosemary Dios, Ed Moneypenny, and trustee and deputy mayor Gina Aresta also serves on the committee as liaison. Each member of this committee of budget and finance professionals has lengthy and deep experience across the private, public, and higher education sectors. So it's a good mix of skill sets and experience. The Board of Trustee approved mission statement for the committee states that the committee functions in a strictly advisory and not a policy-making capacity, at the pleasure of the mayor and the trustees, of course. Also, the committee is charged with assisting in the preparation and review of the mayor's operating capital of the village's operating and capital budgets, and in the review of the independent audit, and to make recommendations with respect to these items. We've been working with the village's strong administrative team led by Charlene Cagle-Betts with the goal of advising the best budgeting practices for operating the village in an efficient manner and to enhance the quality of life for its residents and businesses. This year, the process included at least one member of our committee attending the Zoom departmental meetings with Charlene Cagle-Betts, the appropriate trustee, and the department head and their staff. The meetings were very interactive, and the committee members were graciously included by everyone as active participants. In our review, we have found information to be forthcoming, which has helped us greatly. This fact, as well as the implementation of the new budgeting software, has been very helpful to us in our work. It's been a very transparent process, yielding, I think, better data, we think better data, and better presentations than we have seen previously. For example, the simple implementation of data fields such as year-to-date actuals and revenues, and the reallocation of the active employee fringe benefits to each department helps with transparency and data analysis. The committee agrees with this budget submission's goals of maintaining village services while cutting taxes and lowering the tax levy amount, as well as eliminating redundant expense appropriations. We also strongly agree with the introduction of new non-tax levy revenue sources and encourage the development of such new sources. We believe that the new budget direction that this puts the village in is equitable and fair to its residential and commercial taxpayers, and is an important change in the village's past practices. It is significant and very, very laudable in our opinion that the unused amount of tax cap of almost $835,000 results from the amount of expense appropriation reductions and new non-tax levy revenue sources. This fact greatly emphasizes the changes from past practices and does a great services to the taxpayers of this village. Additionally, the committee has expressed its desire for the village to look at shared services with other local governments and the possible outsourcing of certain services to help mitigate the village's expenses in particular areas. This course of action to investigate alternative ways to pay for and provide services can be an effective tool to keep costs down and provide quality services as evidenced in other parts of the state of New York. And on a final note, The committee is very supportive of the initiative to investigate ways to provide clean water and sewer services to the village. The committee advises that with respect to the water and sewer initiatives, possible funding in various forms, including grants to accomplish these environmental goals, are in the village's best long-term interests. We encourage and support the adoption by the trustees of this tentative budget submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. The only other thing I wanted to add is we appreciate your help and wanted to thank Ed Moneypenny, Dane Neller, and Rosemary Dios from the Budget and Finance Committee on behalf of our board. And then just further add how important the funding for the sewer district will be, because that will also not just help our environment, but also unlock the potential for workforce housing and to try to keep some of our millennials and seniors and other generations here. So that will be critical, and it's certainly a priority for us. So thank you. So with that said, I know we do have some public comment. I'm sorry?
So I just wanted to say thank you to Len for all the hard work you put into it. And
Thank you.
pleasure
Trustee
working with
Rebecca.
you.
My pleasure.
Yes,
I'd
thank
like to
you,
make a
Len.
comment, quick comment also. Thanks to the Charlene, the board, the finance committee. Len, thank you for all the minutes you were sending me with things. I did get to sit in on a budget and finance committee meeting. I was able to participate in a justice court meeting, and it was good to go through the process. And it was much more involved than last year's. So I appreciate the work that's come on in to this point, and I just wanted to let everybody know that it was good to be part of it this year.
We agree, Trustee Parrish. It was great.
Thank you very much, Trustee Parrish. Okay, I guess it's time for some public comment. We have I believe we have two hands raised. Kat, I'll
Okay.
let you choose.
The first one is Evelyn Conrad. Hi, Evelyn.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Okay, you hear me? You don't want to see me. Congratulations. Sounds as though we're in very good shape. There's one thing that I didn't hear that we are way overdue, legally bound to have, which is the voice of the people in what our village is supposed to look like today, tomorrow, especially, namely the comprehensive plan. I assume you have budgeted it. Have you? I'd like to know about that, because it's supposed to be done at least every 5 years. We haven't had one. And of course, the zoning code is supposed to be based on that. We haven't had one for the residences, for example, since May 2000. That's 20 years. Now, I think it is high time to have one, and I've been promised, or at least we've talked about it. So is it budgeted? Or have you made a choice?
Evelyn, we can act on this. We can say we wholeheartedly agree with you, and our goal is not just to fit this in our next fiscal year budget, but we still have some money left in the trustees special project line item, and we hope that before the end of this fiscal year, our board can vote to engage a planner to both look at our downtown, but also the overall master plan, like you had said, and we had a presentation from Frank Fish, and the commission has also been in conversation.
Well, you've done it. You've done it for the village business section. You've just ignored the other part. Now, the sad thing is, if you're postponing it, you might have to spend a lot less on water preservation and taking care of the environment if you ever got a new zoning code, which you should not do legally until you have a comprehensive plan. So why are we waiting another year? It sounds as though we're liquid at this point. This is the most important thing you have, truly, beyond the sewer. We have just had a subdivision okayed that is going to spew more water into the Old Town Pond, for example. Now, you have more overdevelopment that you promised us you would stop, that perhaps a comprehensive plan would show you the village does not want. Now, the other way, of course, the village has a chance to express its preferences is in elections. Now, we elected you because we thought you would stop the overdevelopment, which means a new comprehensive plan. Why is that postponed to the end of the year? You sound in good shape. I think people might even prefer not to have that tiny little diminution in the property tax if we could feel that our property was safe from having neighborhood McMansions overshadow our places. So, you know, we have a need for 3-bedroom houses and we're getting 7-bedroom houses. Comprehensive plan is the highest in the priority of the people of this village. Can you do something about that?
Totally agree. It's a board decision. I'm all for it. And this will appear on our agenda moving forward. And we hope to have the support of our team here. Thank you, Evelyn.
I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Thanks. Stop video.
I don't have any more hands up at this time. Oh, here comes one. Sorry, Kimberly Allen. She's coming in. Okay, Kimberly, I'm asking you to unmute.
I've unmuted.
Hello, you gonna put your picture up?
Hello, good evening.
There we go.
Oh, why is it not coming through? I don't know what's going on. I just unclicked my stop video, but it's not working. Oh, there it is.
There you are. Okay.
Hi, Kat. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Kim.
So I'm very glad to hear that the sky is now falling on our village finances, and it certainly doesn't appear it was falling this year or last year or in previous years, as was kind of indicated in a lot of the press over the last 6 to 9 months. As Evelyn said, we're liquid, and as Sadie Levine just pointed out, we have a very healthy surplus. So obviously we haven't been spending as much as intended, and particularly not last year, which brings me to Evelyn's point. What are we going to get done with the money that we intended to work on with projects such as the comprehensive master plan? I think is a very, very fair and important question, as well as the Pirates Concert House. Monies were set aside, and what are we doing with that? So I would just like to point out, I'm thrilled that the budget is held flat. I know that the mayor's proposed budget last year was the highest in terms of a tax levy increase of 4.7%, but let's take that money and make use out of it. So just a few observations. It's again, very good that you're working with the department heads. They have a lot of insightful information, and it sounds like you rounded up a lot of other good people with talented skills to understand their businesses better and their departments better. So that's good. I do have a couple of questions on some of your revenue projections. And I think, Charlene, you may have touched upon it by saying that they're ending up more flush in the building department. But it strikes me that some of your revenue projections are overly conservative. And I just wondered what your assumptions were for the building department, because we've always averaged over 2 million. And I've never seen a budget at 1.3 million, unless there's something that I don't understand, obviously. I'd also like to understand some of the non-tax levy revenue sources. We've always kept up with increasing non-resident beach fees, the new street parking plan. How much money are we looking to get from that? And we've always had helicopter advertising revenue. What are we doing to increase that over previous years? And then my last comment is that the mayor and the new majority had always indicated a concern about our unfunded liabilities of 100 million, as it was, Charlene, was it not, last year? And I think under the new Sadie and Levine document, it shows it's increased by 14% to 114 million. My understanding was that one of the trustees proposed that we do away with healthcare for life. And I was wondering what your actions on that were.
That would be three.
Happy to hear that your budget is flat.
That would be 3 minutes. Thank you.
For any other additional public comment?
Just so the public knows, I'm waiting for hands to go up. So if your hand doesn't go up, then no public comment is heard. And Jesse, no hands are up.
All right, Ms. Allen, thank you so much for your insightful comments. We'll move to, I will make a motion to adjourn the public hearing. We'll allow for some more public comment.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it was the intent of the board to continue the public hearing to the next session. Is that correct, Charlene?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, so to continue and adjourn, I just want to clarify, Mr. Mayor.
Mhm.
Continue and adjourn to the April 20th meeting. Charlene, that provides us with enough time to have one more public hearing and then close and vote.
That's correct. The budget by state law must be adopted by the board by May 1st.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, thank you, everyone. We next have a public hearing for the purpose of considering authorizing the village board to adopt a budget for the fiscal year commencing June 1st, 2021, which may have a real property tax levy more than the tax levy limit as defined by the general municipal law. I'd like to make a motion to table this, as this is not needed, as we'll be lowering taxes this year and we'll certainly not be piercing the tax cap. Is there a second for the table?
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor of tabling the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Any opposed?
Andrew, are you interested in increasing taxes?
I am not interested in increasing taxes, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's wonderful, the budget that we proposed. We also know that municipalities do this as a precaution in case something occurs. So I think at least having the public hearing, if the public has concern over certain things, then I think we should at least hear them out. I am not looking to try and pass a tax or a budget that will have a tax increase, but I want to be prepared for all manners that may come upon this village. And that was, I believe, the discussion that we had around this time last year, to at least hear the public's opinion on it. I believe that we did. I believe that we proposed a budget, we passed a budget that did not pierce the tax cap, and then we rescinded the law that allowed for the piercing of that. Again, just trying to be fiscally responsible. I don't know if our attorney has any views on this that he might like to weigh in on, but just wanting to put it out there to the public.
Trustee Polaro, since you asked the question, the answer is having a public hearing and adopting a local law that allows you to pierce the tax cap simply just gives you another tool in your toolbox, so to speak. So when you're looking at your budget and your financing, it just gives you the capability of piercing it should it become necessary. But the reality is it needs, your budget, as Charlene just pointed out, needs to be adopted before May 1st. So having the public hearing and adopting it, if you have a public hearing and adopt the ability to pierce the tax cap, gives you the window between now and May 1st to adjust the proposed budget, which you ultimately will have to adopt. So that is
okay. Ken, that is fine, and I know we did it last year and we rescinded it the minute we passed the adoption. And I will, like everyone else now, hope that nothing between now and May 1st, or when we adopt the budget, occurs that will allow for a large disruption to our budget.
Okay, well, Andrew, if you can find two other trustees to increase taxes by $836,000, we can pierce the tax gap. But as you said, we will hope.
Mr. Mayor, as I said earlier, I am not looking to raise taxes. I am very happy with the budget that has been put before us. I am very happy with the work that the committee did. I am very happy with the work that our employees did. All I am stating is that if something happened where our revenues were down and all of that between now and when we adopt, there is that possibility, and hopefully we won't need it. But again, it is a safeguard for the village. I am not certain why we wouldn't at least open up a public hearing to hear what the public thinks of it. But again, I am in the minority. I have no problem being in the minority. I am just wanting to safeguard this village in case. That is it. It is the motion passes. It is tabled. I am happy that it is. I just wanted to say why we should at least consider it.
So Charlene, I believe what we have here is a motion to table by the mayor. It was seconded by the deputy mayor. And now we're calling for a vote.
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I had stated before when the vote was called the first time that I am going to oppose.
So I believe, if I heard everybody correctly, the motion to table passed 4-1.
That is correct. And that is exactly what I stated before.
Very good. Thank you, trustee.
Yeah.
No comments from the public, correct, Jesse, or Mayor?
Well, we withdrew the public hearing. So
Okay.
we'll continue to move. Trustee Polaro, thank you for your comments. We'll move forward to the next public hearing, and I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing to consider a proposal to amend Village Code, Chapter 110-43, stopping, standing, parking restrictions, more specifically changing the parking restrictions to 15-minute parking for a number of spaces in front of 26 Hill Street, Southampton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So Ken, I'll turn this over to you. I'll let you explain what this is and how we can help one of our local businesses.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. You said Ken, right?
That's
You're
right.
turning- Okay, I wasn't sure who you were turning it over to.
Okay.
So this, I understand, is a local business that had changed locations within the village, and they previously, it's a business, the UPS store, which tends, from my understanding, what's been explained to me, they tend to have quick in and out interactions with people. People come in, they drop off stuff at the UPS store, and they leave. And in order to help facilitate that business, if cars are parked for 2 hours, in front of their entire business and the wings of their business, for lack of a better word, it makes it difficult for the residents to be able to take advantage of that particular service that they offer. So my understanding, because the UPS store moved to a new location, the village is considering a local law to give 15-minute parking in a particular location in front of that store. And I think we calculated it to be 225 feet west of Pond Lane on the south side of Hill Street.
Yes, the address, I believe, Ken, is 26 Hill Street. It's the new location of the UPS store, and it's the 3 spots right in front that they're requesting for 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. It's 3 spots. I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
When I drafted it as 2 spots, just because I didn't know.
They're requesting 3.
So that's why we're having a public hearing for. So whatever the board's pleasure is.
Mm-hmm. And apparently this request was made back when back in October, and because of COVID, the move was delayed from the old location, and the current location has a private parking lot, so they don't have the need there for the 15-minute spot. They didn't.
Are there spots in front of their old building? Or were there any 15-minute spots in front of their old building? I know they had a parking lot which made it for, easy for people to go in and out quick because they had the parking lot there.
I believe there might be one there. I'm not sure. I'm not certain, but I know that most people use the
Parking lot.
parking lot.
Yeah, most people use the parking lot, but if there is a 15-minute, we should possibly remove that from there because there's no reason to have that. And that's, and then really it would only be, 2 spaces that they would be looking for.
Correct.
So yeah, the mayor mentioned that to me the other day. That is not, removing that 15-minute spot in front of the old location is not part of this particular public hearing. But what I told the mayor is that we would look into it. And if need be, we could adjust that to remove that 15-minute restriction at the old location.
Jeff Broadleaf has his hand up. Can I bring him in or no?
Yes, Jeff,
Well,
good to see you again. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to suggest before we bring in members of the public for this hearing, maybe ask the trustees if they have any comments with respect to the proposed local law change.
Absolutely. Just want to see if there's any comments from the board, and Jeff, I know you're in, but thank you for your patience.
Hi, yeah, this was brought probably even before October. I remember a gentleman coming up and presenting to us, and we spoke about it at the last meeting, and I think that we're all in favor of that having. The fact that they are getting closer to the traffic light now than they were before, there's a chance that if we don't have that, in my opinion, that you would have more people double parking on that road and really causing some more traffic there. So if we can get this done, that would be great. It is a store that's used a lot these days based on the fact that a lot of people are purchasing online and returning to UPS. So I think it would be a good thing for that area.
I agree. I think it's necessary for his business, and I think it would actually, like you said, Trustee Parrish, we don't want people to double park there, and there is a need for it.
I agree with those comments made by Trustee Parrish and the rest. I think that I believe this was brought to the board's attention over a year ago, before my time and Trustee Russ's time. So I think we should move forward and be as business friendly as we can in this regard. So, comment.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to point out, it is not only being business friendly, it's actually being resident friendly, because you are providing a service to your residents so that they're able to take advantage of that parking. So.
Absolutely, totally agree, and we're very happy to have this new business. I went there the other day to do some mailing. I know more businesses, our local businesses, are doing more and more online shipments as our world progresses. So having easy access to UPS store, especially with some easy parking, would be helpful, not just for Hill Street, but also for a lot of our business owners who rely on the service. So it's a great point. Thank you, Ken. Jeff, I know you have a public comment.
Only from the standpoint of precedent setting. I agree with all the things that you've said in terms of being business friendly and supporting traffic issues. I just wonder how Ken or the board, you do so without creating a precedent that other businesses might ask for the same thing, and it might be equally justified. So it's just a general concern. I don't know enough about this specific case to truly comment.
Thank you, Jeff. Sound like a true chairperson of the ARB.
With whatever Solomaic wisdom I have, thank you.
All right, thanks for the comment. We'll see you at the next public hearing.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you shortly.
All right, everyone. Do we have Ken, do we have a resolution? I didn't, in our.
I have another hand up.
Adoption of this, okay.
It's John Gregory.
Gregory, there he is.
All right, let me bring him in. All right.
Hello.
Hi, John.
Hi, how are you? I just have a general comment as well regarding the UPS store and giving special consideration to this small business, which, you know, obviously a very valuable part of the community. There is a current, the sign that was just installed was not installed to what was approved. So I'm hesitant to give additional, considerations to UPS until certain things are resolved in advance. That's just my point of view.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Not a bad point, actually. Good to see you. And again, we'll see you in the next one as well. Okay.
That's all the hands I have for now.
Ms. May, what happened with the Hampton's show house?
Still up.
Cat.
Show house?
Mayor, I believe that Miranda has them in the, I think they're in the waiting room now.
I don't have them in the waiting room. I do have them via phone because they don't have a great connection. If it's okay, I can bring them in via phone. They can answer any questions. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, let's just close this public hearing first, and then we'll bring that back up. So if it's okay with everyone, would like to make a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you, Miranda. I think if you've got,
Well,
moment.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
At this point, then, if you want to adopt that local law concerning the parking spaces, you're going to need a motion to adopt the local law as presented, which has two spots, or as amended with 3 spots, as I heard somebody mention.
I'll make that motion.
Again, is it for 2 spots or 3 spots?
What does the board want?
You want to do? Yeah, we actually maybe should have had that earlier, but or we're good for 3 here. We can even have that in.
But we're not, because right now, as it's written, it's 2 spots, correct?
2 spots.
Yes, it would have to be
It's written as
amended.
10 spots. It's written as 2 spots.
So we'll keep it 2, and then if they want to amend it, let's.
So if we wanted to amend it, then why wouldn't we amend the local law to, at the same time, remove the 15-minute parking from up the street?
That's exactly what we should do.
And I don't know if you know, I don't know if we want to leave it open at all or whatever. I mean, we just heard a public resident, or we just heard a resident in public comment state that the sign doesn't conform to what was, presented. And if that is the case, I mean, do we want to try and see if we can ratify something before all of a sudden we're now doing this? I don't know. I just, again, thought to be had. So, I mean, if we wanted to, and does it change public mindset if it's 3 spots versus the 2? I don't know.
Trustee Parrish, what do you think about this? I know you have good insight here.
I think we're all in support of them giving them spaces. It was a matter of what was written was 2 versus 3. If we can amend it and take that one out and then get the signs in the right direction, for me, that's how I feel.
All right. So Ken, would you mind helping with that motion to increase to 3 to remove the old signs?
I'm not familiar with the issue of what's wrong with the signs, to be honest with you. But if you want to increase it from 2 to 3, I don't think that is such a significant change in the law, that proposed law, that would require you to republish and rehear the case. I think that's an appropriate an amendment that you want to make right now. That's fine. Again, I heard the gentleman mention something about the signs not being correct, but I'm not sure what signs he's speaking of. He might be speaking of at the old location.
In addition to that's the signage issue is probably something that should be addressed in the building department, if I'm correct. And
I would think yes.
That's somewhat of a separate matter. I noticed that the notice that was posted was a change to, for a number of spaces located at 26 Hill. Didn't actually quantify it.
That's right. You're correct. The notice did not quantify it. It said a number of spaces, and the draft local law that I circulated had the number 2. I don't think that is a significant change in the proposed local law to go from 2 to 3 that can be passed tonight.
Okay. Should we turn on now? Not yet.
I just don't know what the board's preference is.
Well, I think Charlene is right that the issue with the sign has to do with the building department and they should handle that. And I'm fine with the 3 spots and I'm ready to vote on that now. Just like I agree with Trustee Parrish.
I am good with the 3. Ken, we just want to make sure we can undo the 3 from the prior law. So we'll basically be putting the old spots that was 15-minute back to the 2-hour and then moving this to the 15. Just want to make sure that that's clear and we're all on the same page on that.
If that's what the board wants, then we shall make that happen.
Jesse, are you ready for Tony Manning now or no?
No, not yet.
No, we still have to do this.
Gotcha.
Any other comments from the board?
So Ken, would you like to propose, we would propose a motion to adopt the local law amended to enumerate 3 15-minute parking spots located in front of 26 Hill Street. And that would be an amendment to the local law language. So do we have a motion on the amendment to the language?
Motion on the amendment.
Second?
Second.
All in favor of the amended language?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then on the adoption of the local law, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, thank you, everyone. Our next is a public hearing. I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing. It's continuation from a prior one regarding 71.
Mr. Merritt, sorry, I thought we were going back to design show house, their presentation.
Okay, we'll do that. We have Tony here.
He's on the call.
Okay, good. All right, Tony, the floor is all yours.
Okay. So this is about the Hampton Designer Show House, which has been a fundraiser for Southampton Stony Brook Hospital for the past 18 years. Every year we get a different house. We bring in decorators who decorate the rooms. It's open to the public. We charge a fee, and that's how we raise the money for the hospital. The show house is usually open for about 6 weeks. It's open every day from 11 to 5. We average maybe 100 to 150 people a day staggered over the 6 hours. They usually come 2 to 3 to a car, so it isn't like an influx of huge parking issues all at once. We've been offered the site of a home at Woolley Street and Hampton Road, and we would like to propose doing this in September into October. So there is plenty of parking on Woolley Street. There's also parking behind Town Hall, which is all in walking distance. And there is parking on the site for about 15 to 16 cars. We work with a parking attendant every day who directs traffic. And we have an opening night, either picnic or cocktail event, depending on where we are with COVID. If we did a picnic, it would be staggered throughout the day. It would be a reservation. People would come at a certain time. We would only allow a certain amount of people in the house. If there are COVID restrictions on in September, People would wear masks. We would disinfect. We would sell tickets in advance. So if it's a cocktail, we work with a parking company that would bring them in by shuttle bus. And that would be the only large party throughout the run of the house.
And where would the parking be for that?
Well, the parking company usually would find it. I imagine since it would be on a Saturday, they might use the lot behind Town Hall. There also is a commercial property next door to this house, because this house is actually zoned commercially, that has parking for about 20 cars as well. And I believe we can use that through the owner talking to his neighbor for overflow on Saturday and Sunday.
Do you think the house is going to be ready by September?
Yes.
I
that
pass
I
by
do
there
think.
every day. When I
I
read
do-
your
I
first
do
letter, I
think
said,
it's- I do think it's going to be ready. Yeah, yeah.
okay.
I mean, they're getting ready to put in plumbing roughs, so it looks more done than it probably is. Once they get the plumbing roughs in and the sheetrock, you know, all of that moves along.
Yeah, then all of a sudden it starts looking like something.
Exactly.
Tony, have you spoken to the police about possibly maybe needing them for traffic control for the crosswalk at the height of this of the party or
The night of the party, we always work with the police to direct traffic. We have security that we hire as well.
Okay, thanks.
So we always we always do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hi, Tony. Mark Parrish here, and thank you for helping out the hospital through all these 18 years with the show house. I know it's been successful, and this is the first time it's coming into the Village Business District. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We've always worked with the town before.
What is the hours of that on a daily basis?
11 in the morning to 5 at night.
Okay. And do you know, I don't know offhand, maybe somebody on this board can know, are there any parking restrictions on Woolly or anything like that that we need to be concerned about where there's no parking? And so, if that is the case, will that be alleviated for this special event?
I think there is parking all the way up one side of the road, and there is a sidewalk.
Okay. So there
And
is,
even if you go all the way up Woolly, it's still a convenient walking distance to the house.
Gina, maybe you can check with Gary to see if, just in case there is on one side, that we don't have to run into a situation where, we have all of a sudden a parking problem where people are parking in an area where they're not supposed to be.
Right.
So you said there's going to be 15 spots back there? Because I know I usually go to the show house, so we usually
There'll be 15 spots on the actual show house grounds.
Okay, I was trying to figure that out the last time I went by there. How many? And you never get that many cars aside from the party, or
The part, and as I said, the party we would handle with shuttle bus.
right. I think that's really the only time that you would have more than that, because usually when I've gone, you'd have 4 or 5 cars there at most.
Right, because people come at staggered hours,
Right.
and often they come 4 people to a car if they've come from Mid-Island or something like that.
Yes, they always do. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay. And I'll check on that, Trustee Parrish.
Now, someone told me, and I'm not sure of this because I have not been in Southampton since I've looked at the property originally, that some spaces actually have opened up on Hampton Road. And I'm not sure about that, but someone said they saw some new signage, that there was actually parking on Hampton Road, sort of opposite where Woolly comes in.
There is. It's in front of the bank. There's
Yes,
some spots there. Mhm,
so those would be other spots available as well.
mhm.
Tony, thank you for all your hard work over the years, and,
Okay.
and it's exciting that you're thinking of coming in. I mean, I assume that you'll make an application at some stage to to the village for doing this after the presentation, and I mean, maybe if do you have any of the designers already lined up for?
No, I don't do any of that until I have either village or town approval. Once I have approval, then I move forward with my homeowner agreement, my liability insurance, enlisting designers, sponsors, all of that. But I have people in my head, of course, and I've got things, but I don't do anything formally until I know that everything is good with wherever we are hosting this.
Great. So does that mean you're going to wait until the completion of the building, or
No,
you do all this? No, you're going to move before that. You'd
I'm
have to
gonna-
move before that.
Yes, what I'm actually waiting for is for the village, your board here, to say that you're aware of this and you feel that it would be something good for Southampton Village.
Thank you very much, Tony, for everything that you do for our community. And, I'd like to ask our board, we would love to support Tony in the ways that he needs it. It's been a long a pandemic, and I know that you do a lot of donations to Southampton Hospital and other healthcare organizations. So I think it's very important that we could help you, assist you with this, with fundraising and other activities. So, I'd love to be able to kind of resolve this tonight. I don't know if there's any other permits that you might need. Ken, you might be able to opine on that, but ultimately would just want to ask this board if we're ready to go, or if there's any additional work that we'd like Tony to do.
Well, Ken Gray here. How are you? I spoke with Mr. Manning, and again, as he's just stated, he's just looking for, I'm not going to say the word approval, but the blessing of the board to move forward. And he was not asking for any relief concerning parking, any relief concerning zoning, just simply that, that this fundraiser is blessed, for lack of a better word, by this board. And I'm unaware of any particular permit that he needs from the village.
Okay. Are we okay to do the quote unquote blessing?
I think if you want to make a motion to support the Hampton Designer Show House Foundation, Inc. and their proposed show house at 155 Hampton Road, subject to confirmation that no other permits are required, I think that would be a show of support from the village board.
Okay. Be great to do that. Maybe just to keep everything in order, we can add this resolution to number 24 tonight, and we can just keep this on our agenda. Moving forward, we'll add it as a walk-on, but Tony, you've got my full support here, and I would anticipate that the rest of the board would support you as well.
Okay, so will you wait to get back to me to tell me that we have the sort of approval, blessing, whatever? Because I have to start contracts with homeowners and talk to my insurance people and all of that.
We'll give you a call.
Just give me an idea. Okay.
We'll give you a call tonight. It might be late.
Okay.
But we'll call you, or we'll let you know.
That's fine. Okay.
All
You
right.
have my cell phone. Okay.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate all that you do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Take care.
But Charlene, am
Yeah.
I correct that, he will be filing an application for an event within the village at some stage. So all of that process will play out.
That would be correct. He would need to file a special event permit with us, and we'd have to go through that process as well.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll now move forward to open the public hearing, which is a continuation. 71 Hill Street LLC, application of 71 Hill Street LLC requesting a special permit for a transient hotel and workforce housing pursuant to section 116-5 of the Village Code for the property located at 71 and 91 Hill Street, Southampton, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map numbers 0904-006, .00-01, .00-007.000, and 0904-004-00-00-08-.000. Do I have a second on this motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
We have some public, before we get going, I see Linda Riley has her hand up.
Yes, correct.
Is there any comments from the board?
Oops, she's coming in. Sorry, I hit the button.
It's okay, Kat.
All right. There you are, Linda.
Okay, took a while. Hi, this is Linda Riley here. I'm the attorney for the owners of 71 Hill Street. This is a continuation of a hearing. And I don't want to repeat everything that's been said at prior meetings because there has been a lot said already. But we did submit some additional information, which was requested by various members of the board. We submitted a revised site plan that confines the proposed project to the boundaries within 71 Hill Street, so that there'll be no change in this current proposal to Viridian Way or to any other properties. And some sample floor plans that can be because there were questions about what the floor plans might look like. And we've submitted a revised EAF Part 1. We want to move this process along, particularly the secret process, because we want to start getting our EAF reviewed. And I think I'd rather reserve time for additional comments maybe after, if there are any members from the public who want to be heard, or if there are any board member questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, Linda, I don't have any questions right now. We've had a few of the public hearings, but thank you very much for sharing them with us.
Okay. And Jesse, I have another hand up. Are you ready for the next one?
We're ready. Thank you, Kat.
You're welcome. And they put their hand down. I don't know why. Okay, they're gone.
Okay, we'll just give it another.
Oh, here he is. Yep, hold on.
Somebody here.
Dee Dee.
And you,
Hi, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, are you there?
I'm
Okay.
here.
There you go.
Oops. Hi. Hello,
Hi, Dee Dee.
everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening to Mayor and trustees and Mr. Gray. Just a question, do you want to see the revised site plan, or we're all good?
I think we're good here. I think we've had ample time to view them. And we do have, do we have any of, just to confirm, Dee Dee, if you'd like to just place it up on the screen just for the public record, you can do so, just to have a snapshot so those who might be watching after the fact could see it. So we
Sure.
can do a screen share, but
Justin, are you on, and can you just load the site plan number 4?
He's coming in, Dee Dee.
The longest zoning numbers I've ever heard. It's
Yes,
great.
sure.
So it, again, really simple. We're just asking, in accordance with Mr. Gray's suggestions, to limit this just to receiving the special use permit for the hotel and housing.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Dee Dee, we are trying to limit the comments to 3 minutes.
I'm done. Thank you.
all right. So we can leave this up for 10 more seconds. This way, anyone who's watching after the fact can go see it. And then we can, what I will do is I'd like to make a motion, just so our board's aware, would love any comments, but just to close the public hearing and then to move to vote on this at the April 20th meeting. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
Is there a second?
Yes.
well,
Well, I was just going to ask for if it's okay, and then we'll go do it.
I
But it
mean,
sounds
Mr. Mayor, do we think that all of the public is aware of the proposed and stuff? Would we want to, just seeing how we're not going to vote until that night anyway, would we want to leave it open till then for public comment in case people wanted to write in?
I believe we
And then we could just close it that night and vote on it, and we'd have a resolution on it anyway.
Also fine by me.
because
Just a thought.
may I make a recommendation that we close it for written comment only for the next 2 weeks?
also fine. I think that's very fair.
I think that's
There
fair.
been any public comments? May I ask?
Yeah, I know you've been waiting a long time for this, so congratulations, and let's hope it moves forward. And it looks like a good plan for the village. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, so we will make a motion to keep the public hearing open for written comment only and adjourn to April 20th.
Do we want to include a deadline to receive those written comments?
Yes, that would be great, actually, if we could have a deadline, because we were receiving some comments for other public hearings at 4:15 today, and it's very difficult to circulate written comment to the board before, with that short time frame. So Ken, what's reasonable? Noon?
Noon, April 16th.
Okay.
Hi, guys. Ken, could you just clarify to the public who are going to see this later on that this is a proposed for the special permit only, and it's not giving them any type of, access. Again, Dee Dee, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we went over everything, and that breeding way is not going to be included in this particular one. So just to make that clear, so the public is seeing this, they don't think that we're giving them, the go ahead, that they have to go through all the other special things. Okay.
Right. What this is simply doing is if it gets approved, and again, this is only the public hearing right now. If this gets approved, this will what their request is that for this particular location, and as you point out, it does not include the initial request to take back Viridian Way. It would give them permission to use the property as a transient hotel or motel and/or workforce housing. That's pursuant to 116.5 F and G of the Village Code. There's also some in the proposal to have market rate apartments, which would require a special exception use, which would go to the ZBA and then to the planning board for site plan. So this is just giving them, in theory, the ability to have the transient hotel or motel and workforce housing, but they still have to go through the entire building process, the building department process.
Thank you. And thank you, Dee Dee, for working with this. And then again, I know you've been looking for this, and I personally would like to see you be successful in this also.
Yeah, I do have one question. However, what is your timeline? I know that you're going to go in front of the boards this spring, or at least the next few weeks. What is your timeline, barring all of the, given that you have all the approvals? What is your timeline for construction and having these available to the public?
I'd like to have this available as soon as possible, but clearly I'd prefer not to be doing heavy construction during the summer months. But we're ready to go as soon as the various approvals are in place, I hope. So I think the village will benefit, and the community, I think, by having a few more hospitality suites and some housing for our neighbors and citizens. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dee Dee. So with that said, Ken, would you mind creating a resolution for us? I know there's a date and time for a written.
Sure. So you're going to make a motion to close the public hearing, except leave that portion of it open until April 16th at 12 noon for written comment only. And associated with that, you're going to place this matter on the April 20th agenda for further action, if any, by the board.
All right, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you to all of our Board of Trustees for their work on this and doing their due diligence. So thank you to everybody. We'll move forward with our next public hearing. There's quite a few public hearings tonight. This is the public hearing a continuation of our prior one for our ARB to amend the Village Code, Chapter 116-37, to amend the Village Code, Chapter 116-37, building permits, certificates of occupancy, fees, enforcement for demolition of existing structures. I'd like to make a motion to open the hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a hand up. It's John Bennett.
All right. So we'll have some public comment here. John, good to see you. Welcome. We're anticipating quite a few public comments tonight.
Yes,
Yeah.
speakers are reminded that they have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, John, you're up.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hopefully everyone got my letter, an objection to this law. So please have that on the record. It's my letter with some exhibits. This is, you can call this what you want it. It's you're subjecting people to historic review that I think is fantastical. A house that's 50 years old. I guess that makes you, Mark, that makes you historic, and Andrew, probably you too. In any event, there was a lot of talk about transparency. I find this process incredibly non-transparent. This is a real significant impact on people's homes. You can say what you want, but in my experience, 38 years of being a real estate lawyer, 33 years in the village of Southampton, any sort of historic designation decreases the value of the home and impacts on liquidity. You're also doing something, how do you usually do historic, put houses under historic preservation? You go out, you take an inventory of all the houses that are going to be affected. You have personal notice with a questionnaire to the homeowners, the very specific homeowners. And that's the way it's done. I have a house down in Florida in a historic community, and they wanted to expand the historic district. They asked every member, they sent every member a questionnaire. They haven't updated the master plan to take care of this. You don't have a study by a credentialed, reasonable, rational study to do what you're doing, which is essentially call it what you want it. You're subjecting all these homes to historic regulation. I mean, you know, Hillcrest area, that's a 1920 subdivision. All the houses in there are more than 50 years old. David White's Lane, Powell, Pelletro, Pulaski, Woolley, over into the Roscoe subdivision. Mark, your house is probably going to be subject to this. You know, you have to embrace in an extremely transparent way the public, not by the regular changes to a law that you would have, for example, increase setbacks or something like that. This is significantly different. You're putting a very burdensome overlay when I don't see any. There's no rationale for it. There's no nexus between 50 years. You can't even, as I said in my letter, you can't even, the village record keeping is such, probably because of the underfunding of the building department, that you can't really tell when these houses were built. And it's significantly different from the other law. You have we'll go back to 1926 for some of this stuff. There's a 1926 Sanborn map. It's over 100 years old. That is an insurance map that's sitting in the village office. I see you don't have this on for adoption. You should notify everybody personally, because if you're not doing that, why are you trying to push this through so quickly? It's a terrible concern I have here. This is what you're doing. I have certain properties that will be affected by it, as do a lot of my clients. You should slow down, ask the need for this, who's pushing it. As I pointed out, some of the examples of houses that were given in the handout would not even be subject to this law. Some of the houses that were put out in the handbook actually had ARB approval for demolition. So it's not a studied plan it's not a studied inventory by a credentialed individual, which is what the Interior Secretary guidelines call for. You got to step back, look at what you're doing. You can't just take a pen and change it to 50 years. It's got to be some nexus between that legislative enactment and true historic preservation. Just because something's old doesn't mean, and 50 years, I mean, I think that's probably, I've never seen, I do a lot of studies of these things. In New York and in the Northeast, I've never seen anything like that. 50 years. You have to slow down. You have to give notice to every owner in fairness, and make it a
that was 3 minutes.
transparent thing.
That was 3 minutes, Mr. Bennett.
Okay, so rest of it's in my letter. Hopefully you're keeping this open. I'm going to continue to supplement the record.
Thank you, John.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, John. A few quick things. It's actually, I actually had that same thought actually before this meeting, that it should make sense actually just to send out a notice, just so everyone is fully aware. So that was a great point. I don't know, is Jeff going to present or make some updates? I think it makes sense to have Jeff in here just to give us a brief update, just so everyone is fully aware of what this is. I don't know if Jeff is still here.
Mayor Jeff is here, and he had asked if we wanted to present first, since we started with the public comment. I would suggest that maybe at the end, he could go over his presentation and maybe address some of the concerns, discussion with the board, if that's advisable. I'm not sure if that's something that they can do.
Well, I mean, you can certainly ask Jeff to do his presentation now, so that, you know, the board and the public have the benefit of that.
Yes, and Jeff actually just asked if he could make comment now.
Correct.
I think that makes the most sense. So Jeff, we're ready for you. Jeff, you're on mute.
Yep, we got you. Okay, thanks. I know you have a long meeting ahead of you with more resolutions than a New Year's Eve gala to follow. And for those listening in the public, and John, you as well, John Bennett, these last 2 or 3 weeks have been extremely helpful in understanding the concerns of property owners, real estate agents, and hearing from the trustees as well. What I did hear was that there was general support for greater transparency and moving more of the application process from the confines of the village department to a public venue where people then could comment on some of the issues that John Bennett raised as well. At the same time, what I heard from property owners and folks in the real estate business is that they were concerned that a process, no matter where you drew the line, whether it was 25 years, 50 years, 75 years, that requiring everything to go before public review would add extra time. And in a situation like Mark Parrish's house that he brought up the last time, in my house, I live in a 50-year-old ranch house. Nobody is interested in keeping that. Mark's might have more historic value because he's a trustee, as I kidded before. But the reality is, it's a slam dunk. It's a no-brainer, and it would be unfair and unreasonable to subject the public and somebody who's looking to sell their house that might be contingent on a demo permit for unnecessary delay. We do not want to stop the process. We do not want to diminish anybody's rights. We want to facilitate the movement of property and development. So what we have we have a solution in place that we already do for signs. A year ago, every sign would have to come before us. And that was problematic for the ARB. It took a lot of time. And in some cases, some very mundane issues. It also delayed the process by which a business operator could get into business if in fact he had to file an application, then do a public notice for 2 weeks. And it could take 3 or 4 weeks to get a sign up. Not good for the business owner, not good for the village, not good for just the public. So what we instituted in that situation, which is what I propose that we do here, is to form a subcommittee of 2 members from the board so that they are people outside the building department, but village appointed personnel to preview properties and to respond to them near immediately, as we do in the case of signs. So an application comes in, it goes right out to the two-person subcommittee. They opine on it right away. If it's something of question, and it's the same criteria that is used right now. So the same criteria that the building department does. It's just having a preview. And so in a matter of days, a decision can be rendered. And so trustees, if somebody was looking to buy my house and wanted to demo it, or Mark's, your house, it would not take any more time than a day or two, or maybe a few days. So, and I've spoken to our attorney, Alice Cooley, who can draft language to that effect. And so what my intent this evening is to do is, yes, I very much welcome and want to listen to the public comment, but at the same time ask for a continuation such that we can redraft that which has been put forward, lay out a schematic, if you will, which will address what I've heard, and from, again, villagers, property owners, real estate folks, and the trustees that I've spoken to and picked up from the last meeting. So again, that's it for me. Happy to hear the public. Maybe that assuages some of the concerns in the audience. Again, the trustees have a long evening. It's a public hearing, so everybody can speak. But if what I've just said, again, takes care of your concerns, let's continue on and let the trustees go on with their meeting.
Jeff, I do have one question, if I may.
Sure, Joe.
So could we also extend this committee review to things, I think, I'm probably one of the, before COVID, I did attend quite a few meetings.
Yes.
And I did notice that at times there were applicants that, came before the board for a slight change to their garage or their porch. Is there any way we can facilitate those applicants to not have them wait till 10 o'clock at night to allow them to have the speedy review, to not have them waste their Monday evening waiting
Yes.
for a small change. So I think we should definitely consider that as well.
Yeah, it's an issue of constant concern, and I had a similar conversation with Trustee Gina earlier today when I was in Village Hall, and yeah, that's a constant concern. We don't want people to spend any more time in the process than necessary, including being the last person at a 3-hour meeting. It's a different matter. I think we could possibly apply the same mechanism. And so I'd like to give that some thought, but for tonight, like I said, I would like to focus on this matter and perhaps again, like apply it elsewhere if we can.
Of course, I just want to publicly state, that I've observed that, and I know you have as well. So I just wanted to make sure, publicly we can have that discussion. Yeah. So, of course, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I just want to make something clear. So, for example, I could relate to this. So I recently purchased a home. It's about 30 years old, and literally my entire life savings is tied up in this one real estate. And so there is nothing worth preserving in my home. For example, it's got a leaky roof. It's just not even so structurally sound. And I know that when I'm ready to move on, maybe when I have a family, I'm going to want to sell it, and whoever's going to buy it is most likely going to want to demo it because it's on a nice piece of land and it's small. So clearly, I was able to buy the home because the very nice seller wanted to sell it to somebody who would live in it, not somebody who would demo it. But I know where the value is there. So I just want to make sure a house like mine, I would just go to the building department. They would direct me to a 2-person committee, and within 72 hours or so, you'd get back to me. Or how does that work?
What whatever time we establish, but that would seem reasonable, whether it's 3 business days or 5 business days, you know, that we can figure out. That's a detail. But it's not going to be 2, 3, 4 weeks. And it's not going to be any more requirements than currently exist but exist within the building department.
So can you maybe give us an example of, you know, just a example of how that might work? You can use my house as an example.
Yeah, or take my house, your house. I live in a 1960 vintage ranch house. Nobody wants to keep it. I barely want to keep it. But that being said, so I would go to the building department, just as you do today. I would fill out a demolition application, just as you do today. It would be submitted to the 2-person preview committee. You would get a 1 of 2 responses that, yes, go right ahead. And the building department would then sign off on the demo permit. Or 2, you know, this fits one of the 5 criteria for historic consideration, or at least for ARB consideration. Again, just because it meets any one of those 5 criteria doesn't necessarily mean it's not eligible to be demolished. It just means that it's subject to public review. So again, application, immediate review, quick turnaround, either it gets approved, which in the case you mentioned, Jesse, and in my house, it would be, you know, sure, go ahead, Jeff and Jesse, call the bulldozer. Or if it was a house that, again, some historic person of great renown, or if it had some built by an architect, all the things that currently exist, then that committee would say, we'd like to submit this to public hearing.
So can you give us an example of a house that you know of that maybe would not get through the 2-person committee?
Okay, so the house that I spoke of before, in the first presentation, the 4 fountains on 666 Halsey Neck Road, which was built in 1928, and it really had historic value, but because it wasn't subject to public review, it fell through the cracks.
And why did it have historic value? I mean, maybe you could walk us through what the criteria would be.
Historic value, it was built by an architect of renown. It was the home of William Paley. It had a theater in it. I mean, it was featured in books of the Hamptons. You can go to another house down that's not anymore. What was it? 12 down at the end of Meadow Lane. Now it was the Kundakunis house at one point. Andrew or anybody else, you may be familiar with it. It was a big Moorish Tudor house that also was built in like 1931. It was in all sorts of books, and the then building inspector said, well, it was not in good shape, tear it down. And then when it came up for us for review, we were surprised, and that was my first year on the ARB, but Brian Brady, then a member, said, oh my goodness, how could this house have gotten a demo permit? It happened to be built in 1930 or 1931, fell through the cracks. But believe me, my ranch house is not going to be subject to that.
Jeff, if there's a current owner that's looking to sell, would they be able to have that in place so that it would that would be okay for the person that's buying the property to be able to, if they wanted to demolish the house?
You know, that's a matter. I don't know that, because that's a matter of the codes and how the law is written. I don't know if permits, building permits or demolition permits are transferable. We only look at the Architectural Review Board. uh, from an architectural perspective. And so it's granted to the applicant. I don't know, Ken, maybe you know the answer
Yeah.
to that. I don't.
Yeah, let me jump in. Deputy Mayor, I think that's a great suggestion. I think maybe, and I'll speak to Ms. Cooley about this, but maybe we build into the proposed local law a mechanism that somebody can come to the village and get a letter of non-historic designation. So a seller or somebody who's looking to sell their house can come in and do that process, get it turned around as quick as Jeff was suggesting, and then they have that in their hand, and a prospective purchaser doesn't have to worry about that. So I think that's a mechanism that could be built into the local law, and I think that's a good suggestion.
Yes, I think that's important.
Okay. Okay.
Jeff, will you? I can speak to Ms. Cooley about that, or you can, whatever you like.
Yeah.
See Andrew with his hand up there.
Yeah, Jeff, just harping back a little, I mean, well, two things. One, the house, the Four Fountains, that was built as a theater, was it not?
Yes, it was built as a theater. Yep.
Okay, so I mean, it was built as a theater yet converted to a home.
Yes.
I think that was one of the reasons why it was able to be brought down the way it was. Two, I mean, it's still, no matter what designation or year we put on it, it's still making every house in the village part of a historic designation, or having to go through the historic review for what we are proposing.
No. What we are doing is changing a arbitrary date that was set 20 or 30 years ago and hasn't been advanced to something that is more relevant and more timely. In a lot of communities, Andrew and fellow trustees, is all applications, whether they be for construction or demolition, go before architectural review boards. In this case, we're just saying that those houses, rather than establishing an arbitrary date in 1926, which again has allowed for houses that may have been pre-war or whatever, that have some significant, or maybe even something like the house on Gin Lane that had not a Philip Glass piece, but a Philip Johnson edition that was allowed to go down without public review. I'm losing my train of thought here. So not every house is subject to it, and no rules or rights are being diminished in any way. It's simply that which was in the purview of the building inspector, at least for those houses over 50 years, have the same process, just with what I'm suggesting now, two people that have been appointed by the village to also look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I know we have some public comment here.
Yeah, four hands are up.
See Deborah Bates.
There's also a question in the Q&A as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, are we leaving Jeff in for the Q&A?
Think so.
Okay, you got it. Hi, Deborah, you're in now.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I just wanted to speak about the demolition review. It's certainly well within the mission of the board. I think the building department is understaffed and overworked. The village, I think we all could agree that there's a premium on values in the village because there's a sense of place, and that should remain and be preserved. And so the village doesn't become just any place. I also would like to say that if someone's demolishing and rebuilding a home in the village, probably getting reviewed by the ARB on the demolition. And it's probably the least burdensome part of the whole project. So I wouldn't be overly concerned about that. So that was really all I wanted to say. I think it's a very good idea, and I urge you to go ahead with it. That's all I had to say.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Next one, John Bennett. Hi, John.
Hi, thank you. I have the benefit of having been a municipal on both sides of this municipal table for almost 40 years. And trust me, whenever anybody says, oh, don't worry, yours will be a slam dunk. Okay, you still have to go through this process, and slam dunks all of a sudden become much more extended. I'm suggesting for a 50-year-old house, you shouldn't have any process. And the examples that are being used have nothing to do with 50 years old. That Lucian Ting theater was built in 29. The architect was Archibald Brown. So advance it by 10 years. Make it 1936. The Philip Johnson house, by the way, wasn't torn down without transparency. It was the subject to an approval by the Board of Architectural Review. They made a finding that the house that Philip Johnson addition was structurally shot. The Kolakundis house just missed the cutoff date. Advance it by 10 years. You're putting every single house in the village, making every single house in the village subject to architectural historic review. And that's not what historic districts are about. This is a power grab. And for anyone who thinks that the least burdensome part of going through the village process is the ARB, watch some of the meetings, talk to some of the practitioners. It's simply not true. I will tell you that Jeff runs a much more respectful and fluid board, but still, it's a very difficult process, and there's no need for it for a 50-year-old house. The next thing you know, people are saying, oh, I don't know, gee, that house in somebody's brother's father's son who was a famous guy lived there. Oh, isn't that a wonderful example of a 1950s just post-war ranch house? There's no study behind this. There's no intelligence behind this. This is just a power grab. Every single house now has to go through historic review. And again, the examples that are being touted as the need for it have nothing to do with houses that were built before 1971. I've made a study of all this stuff. I've seen so many times people say, oh, in those cases, we'll just push them through. But the problem is, who is deciding what those cases are? You're saying now that taking down Paul's house, or sorry, that's your dad, Mark's house, is a slam dunk. Yeah, until somebody thinks it isn't a slam dunk. Don't give that power. That's what I'm saying. Don't give that power. You shouldn't have to worry because your house if your house isn't in an historic district, now all of a sudden it was built in 1971. For God's sakes, I was born in 1956. I guess I was built in 1956. That's just insane. That's absolutely insane. And there's no study behind it. It's an arbitrary date. Advance the law by 10 years. Not say a house that's 50 years old. You can't find a historic district.
Mr. Bennett, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may respond, I appreciate the compliment, John, and John does an excellent job in terms of presenting and representing his clients as well. But I'd like to also recognize a bit of hyperbole there. Not every house is subject. In fact, by definition, we established a 50-year mark, which just has a review date. And it's rolling so that we don't have to come back every 10 or 20 years to say whether it's 1926, 1936, 1946. So this just gives us a little bit more flexibility so that we're not constantly revisiting this every few years.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. I know we have the comments on the record, John. Thank you. They're very good points, and we really appreciate it. We just want to make sure we have some time for some other inputs here. But thank you very much, all considered here.
Next is Julie Crowley. She's coming in, Mayor. Hi, Julie.
Hi, Julie. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me speak tonight. It's my first time at one of the village board meetings. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, trustees, Jeff, Kat, and Charlene, I believe, and Ken. I wanted to let you know, my children went to OLH. For all three of my children have gone through OLH. And because of that, I spent a lot of time in Southampton Village. I don't live in Southampton Village, but I have grown to love it and I work in Southampton Village. I'm a real estate broker. I've been a real estate broker for 19 years and I've been successful selling homes in the village of Southampton. When I deal with buyers and sellers, quite often we come up with the question of, well, what can I do here? What can be done with my house, or what can be done with this house? And the more paperwork and the more steps that you put into the whole equation for whether it's a seller or a buyer is difficult. It's red tape. They don't know what to expect. I try to shine some light on it for them, but no matter whoever you talk about, they have to go to the ARB or the building department, et cetera. It always seems to be overwhelming to them. Personally, I made an investment at 111 North Main, and it was a complete renovation. We had a good experience. We did have to go to the ARB. It took a little time to get to the meeting. A couple times it was postponed. It was during the pandemic, and but you know, everyone, even though the meeting went for about 4 hours, it was okay. And basically we got the permits and everything, and we sold the property on March 17th. So it was a good luck deal for me. Thank you, St. Patrick. As an investor, you know, I look for good opportunities in the village, and I would hope that I can continue to bring good aesthetics to the village. Knowing that if I were to purchase a house that's 50 years old, you know, I would hesitate. I would really sit and think, you know, do I really want to do this? I don't know if I'm going to get a big stop sign. I may consider purchasing in another property, another town, another village, which I think others may also. And that would affect the values in the town of the village of Southampton. When I did learn about this, rolling back the code from 100 years to 50 years, and I'm pretty sure, is it 100 years right now that you would roll back to 100 years for looking at a permit for demolition? Is that correct? Can I ask that question?
It's a fixed date, November 1st, 1926, okay, which was established 20 years ago.
Okay, so, you know, I've been.
And it doesn't mean, and Julie, it doesn't mean that those houses are restricted from demolition. It only means that they're subject to public review. And I might add that if the client that you were selling a house to that's 50 years old or 20 years old, and they wanted to put a dormer on that house, they would have to come before the Architectural Review Board just to put a dormer on. So this is really nothing more than applying the same rules as construction to demolition.
Okay, but
and actually with even stricter criteria that dictate whether it in fact, it facilitates the demolition rather than restricts it.
Okay, so but from the perspective of buyers that I'm working with, they prefer to really start from ground up and not just put a dormer on here or there, you know. So there's more buyers that I'm seeing or want to do that. So they're looking to see, gee, would I get the approval to demolition? You know, and it's a question mark. And then whenever there's a question mark, it puts up a pause in the process. So it's just something that may prevent an investor or a purchaser, an end user, to come to the village. I wouldn't like to see that happen.
3 minutes are up.
I don't get any back from Jeff's addition to my comments.
Sorry about that.
But no,
they were up a while ago.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
the
Julie.
opportunity. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. The more public participation we have, the better here. So thank you for joining us at the first meeting. And if you're still, listening here, we love Our Lady of the Hamptons. Deputy Mayor and I actually went there to visit Ms. Hanley a couple months ago. So thank you very much. And you're also welcome anytime to reach out to any member of our board or any member of the Architecture Review Board for some more questions. And we're here to help and to listen. Kat, I know there's some people who are anxiously waiting to get in. So just make sure would appreciate if we can.
I
get
just
in.
brought Mark McIntyre in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, how are you? I just want to address one thing to Trustee Arestas' question. You know, there are times, there are two things. I think John's point is ludicrous because if you said that every house in the village would be subject, that would assume that no house has been built in the last 50 years. That's simply not true. But to Ms. Arestas' question, you know, many times when people go to put properties up for sale, they often have plans done and they say pre-approved for X, pre-approved for a pool, pre-approved for a tennis court. People go to that length to demonstrate to people what they can do when they sell the property. There's no reason that owner couldn't also apply for a demolition permit before putting the house up for sale for the house to be pre-approved for demolition, which has happened in the village. My concern here is simply that we are losing our history at a rapid rate, and there are just a few of the houses that deserve more attention. And we're not talking a lot of them, but there's nothing in the process right now that allows a larger public review before things are removed from our collective society. And I think that's what we have to deal with. And I think 50 years, it takes about 50 years for a house or a building to understand its place in the landscape of our community. That's why I think the 50-year rule has been adopted in a lot of communities to understand. The goal here is not to make it, you know, difficult or arduous. It's just to add a small level of protection to structures that represent our history in a way that give the village the sense of community that we have. That's what we're trying to do here. And I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mark.
Mark and Jeff, I guess you're talking about a handful of houses that have historic significance. Have anyone reached out to those houses to see if they want to be considered historic and you know, get input from the current owners as to whether these houses, you know, are deemed worthy of historic significance for any of the criteria that we have? And then when you create the historicness around those houses, that's something that then stays, rather than just putting out an arbitrary date, which I guess we did 20 years ago of November 1st, 1926, and what is being asked potentially today of 50 years ago. Is there input from an owner as to whether they want to be historic or not historic? And if an owner says, I don't want to be historic, does it mean anything to it? I don't know the answers. I'm asking the question because it's something that I really don't know the answer to. And so that's just something to contemplate, because if Mark, you were saying there's only a handful of houses, can we get the historic designation for those handful of houses from the owner that they agree to? And then those are protected and those are preserved, and those actually then have to probably stay up to code. Whereas I guess one of the structural, you know, ones that was taken down was found by the ARB to not be structurally sound. And I guess that's why a demolition permit was issued. I ask these questions as I hear and listen to the public.
Structurally sound would never come under the purview of the ARB. That's not our direction, and that's not what we do.
Okay,
I'd also like to remind that over time, the historic nature of a house has to do with sometimes the builder, sometimes the occupant, and sometimes its history. Have we reached out? No. I'd also like to remind everybody that where we are in the village right now, the ARB is a volunteer board. If you're asking that we hire someone to look at all the houses and go have personal conversations with every house that may be considered in the village, we can do that, but you guys have to approve someone to do that. Right now, the stopgap measure problem that we have is we have an arbitrary date, and we have history has progressed, but our date has not. And there is no system by which we look at the houses that may be significantly important. And as I said before, it's not a lot of them, but there's no system that it's even reviewed. So if what we would want to do is hire someone to go through the entire village and start having those conversations, that's a different conversation than what I understand the village is currently able to do in our structure and our status.
Okay. Well, I mean, I mean, the only reason that I question is because you said it was a handful of houses. So you know, hopefully it wouldn't be that many, because a lot of the new builds wouldn't be taken care into that. You know, and again, so that's kind of what I'm looking at. And I mean, listen, let's thank the board 20 years ago to putting in a date, because I guess before whatever date that was put in, there was no date, so anyone could get a demolition permit. And I'm sure that we lost a lot of very valuable houses even before that date was put in.
You're right, and the issue we have right now is that time has progressed, but our laws have not. That law was put in place 20 years ago. We now have 20 more years of history and understanding houses and their relevant relationship to our village, but our laws have not changed to protect some of those houses that may now be deserving of more attention before a decision is made.
I mean, I would love to see a study done on some of the houses within that we think would be preview to that, and being of historic significance. I mean, the question that came in from Max Bass was, has anyone studied and predicted the economic effects of this change to 50 years instead of 100 years will bring? And if so, what were those results? And if not, why have we not? So again, I think that there are certainly studies that could be looked at, and looking at the houses that might fall into this would certainly be something that might make sense to look at. And you know, if there's a way of figuring out, that would be wonderful.
Andrew, I hear you. My only concern is in the years that it would take to get the budget approved, find the person, get the subject done, we lose 15 to 20 more houses that may matter in the period of time that would take to get done. So again, that's not the purview. What we need to do is adjusting our laws so we have greater protection to our collective history. And if we want to start bringing in consultants and spending that kind of money and doing that kind of work, that's an entirely different conversation. All we're trying to do right now is find a reasonable adjustment to a decision that was made 20 years ago that makes sense today, that gives us the same protection of our community and our heritage and the lifestyle of our village that someone made 20 years ago that no one has addressed since. And that seems to me a little crazy to me.
And yet, from 1640 to 20 years ago, there was nothing on our books about it. So I mean, I'm glad that we're looking at it and seeing it, and I mean, it's all very interesting to me because I'm learning a lot from this entire process.
Andrew, what's your fear?
Hi, I'm sorry, Mr. McIntyre. We went past the 3 minutes, but there was some discussion and questions from the board, so we're going to have to move on.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment. I've been listening, and what I really understood now more than anything else is that this needs to continue. This is something that is important to the village that cannot be just done through Zoom. I had mentioned something a couple meetings ago about getting back in the person, because we need to have comments, and we still have a lot of people who are not back from other areas of the country. And this is something that is very important, and it has to be discussed, and it has to be discussed multiple times, in my opinion. It's very similar. I'm using the windows in the village, the art. How long did we go through that to get it done so the public can come? And I find that this is going to be something that it need to be open, discussed, looked at in many different ways.
Thank you.
More importantly, we should be able to move to a venue such as the Art Center or the Cultural Center for meetings, because what we're finding from Zoom is that a lot of people aren't able to get on to it. They have difficulty. So a true measure, in my opinion, of back when we were in person was you felt the collective breath of the people coming in and being able to tell you what they really feel. And I think for this particular issue and some other ones we're probably going to face, we do need to get back in front of the people. It is important, and we are getting to a point where we are starting to become isolated because of this. So I would recommend to the board, we are now able to go into sports events inside at a minimum capacity. We definitely do have places, and we could even do these outside as the weather gets going. So I would really like to start exploring that.
I would like to say something too, Mark. You know, I am probably the one trustee here who has attended more ARB, zoning board, planning board meetings than probably most trustee ever. And I will say one quick note: is I do fully understand the need for reform. I also understand that we do survive economically by real estate. We do that as real estate and the trades are our backbone in this village and the entire East End. However, we were established in 1640. We are the oldest settlement in the state of New York. If not, we have one of the oldest department stores on Main Street in Hildreth. We have one of the oldest homes in the entire country on South Main Street. We have to, in my view, we do have to continue listening to the public. And I do want to echo Trustee Parrish's thoughts that we do have to get back in Village Hall or in a public forum where we can engage the public. These are big decisions to not be made lightly. However, we should be listening to our ARB and our zoning boards that do this work for minimal compensation. So we should be amenable to both sides and understand the consequences of what we're doing, because we have to we are here as stewards of the community, not as just temporary legislators, but stewards of the community. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Joe. I see Kimberly down there.
Yes, next up is Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly, where'd you go?
My comment was addressed by someone else. Thank you.
Okay, I can put you back, no problem. Okay, and next is Sarah Latham. I'm bringing her in. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. I was just going to point out that 50 years is the cutoff point for eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. And so the date is not arbitrary in the least. It's something that's recognized nationally. They don't want anything younger than that so that it doesn't become a popularity contest for individual architects to have their building listed. Use has nothing to do with it. A building can start out life as a theater and then become a residence. And as long as the exterior is intact, that's what's important rather than the interior, unless it's an individual landmark. So I just wanted to raise that and explain that there was some misinformation that was given because 50 years is standard. That has been overcome in a place like Miami Beach, in which that Miami Beach Historic District was named when those buildings were 30 years old. And that was to protect the demolition of highly significant Art Deco hotels. So, and end of what I had to say. Thank you for your interest.
If I can make one last quick point to the public and to the board.
Thanks, Sarah.
Also,
thank you.
Probably one of the only trustees that I'm the only trustee who probably lives in a quote historic home, and I do fall under the historic district, and I can tell you, my home is like a home which I grew up in my entire life, and this home has increased in value 1,000-fold, if not more so. So that the argument that a house that would be deemed historic would lose value is in my view not a very strong argument, because I live in a house, a testament to a value that has increased 1,000, 10,000-fold from when it was purchased by my family back in the early 70s. So I find the argument to be arbitrary. So.
Thank you, Joe. I also, as Trustee Parrish pointed out, it is a new world where we are in Zoom public hearings. So anything in the chat is part of the public record. So I would just urge everyone, if possible, not to use it because it doesn't, it may not be fair. It's essentially like you're speaking in public. It's an unusual world, but just wanted to point that out. I would only add here, especially to Jeff and members of A or B, that regardless of what happens on this legislation, I do think it does make sense to engage a firm to do an inventory on homes on a certain age. We did a mini version of this. Justin McLaughlin and I were members of the Planning Commission, and we hired a Studio B to look at the Hillcrest Avenue community when, I think in 2018 or we were looking at GFA, and so it could make sense to have someone like Studio B come in, and it would be a lot of work because there are some homes, but it could make a lot of sense. Just so this village from today and in the future does have inventory on all those homes. We're a big village as far as budget and influence, but we're actually quite a small village in terms of number of residents. So it could make sense, and it would be very doable to have that done. So that was just some more opportunity for our board to think about whether we'd like to consider that or not, but I think that could make sense regardless.
So if I may, Mayor Warren, how would one or the board go about doing that? Is that to submit a proposal for an inventory? Or is that something the board would dictate? Because there's been discussion about that from the Planning Commission for a number of years, and with little action taken. And that's not to say that it's not wrong. It's just that there's been no action, and it's not always clear how that gets done or the budget is approved. And so I'm just asking for the procedure. If in fact that's an avenue that you want to go down, that tell us what it is. We'll put together the proposal. You can go out and solicit folks to do inventory. We have an inventory of our own that we did as a volunteer, but if you wanted to be third party, and as Mark McIntyre was saying, there's a cost to that. And you've got about 30 resolutions to follow this that you're going to be signing off on. So I just don't know how the process works from that standpoint.
Our board of trustees could determine and resolve to go do that study. We could do it on our own. We could do it at the recommendation of the ARB, the Planning Commission, but ultimately, personally, I think it's an investment worth making for future boards and generations.
Yeah, to some extent, trustees, I feel I'm amenable to all those things that you're suggesting, but I feel to some extent, because of some of the rhetoric, that this is become larger than it really is. Again, the thing that this proposal is looking at is changing that which occurs in the building department to be more transparent before the public. We're not landmarking any buildings. We're not saying you can't demolish them. We're just saying that the village and those who represent the village have a chance, and in public hearings, to opine, or at least to make their comments heard the same way they're doing now. 50 years seems to make sense. It's not, and again, it doesn't take away from anybody's rights. So I just have a sense that the vitriol, the rhetoric, the hyperbole is taking this to a level beyond what the impact will really be.
Thank you, Jeff.
Two more hands up.
We appreciate your comments. Again, there is open meetings law, so please would just hope that you could give us the comments versus putting them on the Zoom public record. I know it's we're in a strange time right now on a Zoom world, but we want to be in accordance with some of the laws on open meetings and the Committee on Open Governance, where there's many written opinions stating that these are public records. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I do have 3 written communications, 2 of which were received, and basically one from Mr. Bennett, who did speak, and but I do have his written letter to submit to the public record as well. And Julie Crowley also submitted an email reiterating her her comments. I also have one other email that was received from Lisa Bass, who is also a realtor with Saunders, and she is also opposed to this change in the legislation, and those will be part of the public record.
All right, thank you. I see Max Bass over here, so.
That's right. He's coming in now.
Hi, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Polaro, for asking my question. I don't believe my question was truly answered, so I'd like to reiterate it. Has anyone actually studied the economic effects that this will have rolling it to 50 years instead of 100? What were the models that they used? Who performed these studies? And if you haven't, why have you not?
Jeff, would you be able to take a shot at that question?
Yeah, several years ago, the consulting firm that Mayor Jesse mentioned did, in fact, for the benefit of the Planning Commission, did do a report. And while it wasn't their primary focus, they did make mention that the village was losing its inventory of historic houses at a rapid rate, and that they did feel it was taking away from the Southampton Village brand, and therefore could negatively impact value. Again, it wasn't their primary concern, but it was definitely one of the conclusions that they offered to the then Planning Commission.
Thank you, Jeff. That's not really the point I'm trying to make here. I think it'd be smart to sort of study how the industries would be affected, furthermore, the real estate market, especially in this time of upwards of 30% for home value, for construction, for landscaping, how this will trickle down all the way down to sod, to implementation of new grass, just for all economic factors and reasoning.
Right.
Has that been completed?
There is a fair amount of anecdotal information that communities that have a part of their brand in their history do well. And the typical example is Nantucket. Now, I know we're not Nantucket, but you can't change a shutter in Nantucket. And I don't think anybody's value has gone down. Is there, if the village wants to do a study about that, God bless them. But I think, again, this is where I think some of the concern and the rhetoric is taking this to a higher level than in terms of practical reality, it's going to impact folks and property owners.
I mean, we are certainly not Nantucket. I mean, we are a specialized market.
That's what I said,
Absolutely.
Max.
I
made
so
that point
is the
rather
answer
clearly. We're not
no,
Nantucket.
that we're not going to study this economically. We're not going to study the effects this will have. We're just going to make this change.
Max, I'll take that one. So, and again, good to see you. The answer is we don't actually know whether or not we're going to make this, because our goal is just to have our public hearing and to listen to the community feedback, and if a study would be necessary, and in consultation with residents, real estate professionals, the Architectural Review Board, if we think that's important to do, we can do that. I was just on the Saunders podcast last week, and it's just in the year of 2020 alone, there was almost $1 billion of real estate transactions just in the village of Southampton. Again, 20 million is going to the CPF, so we've got to get that money, but that's a different comment. So there's definitely the real estate community, we understand the concern, and also our preservation community, Architecture Review Board, we understand the concern there too. So there's certainly quite a few various opinions here. And so again, to answer your question, we don't know whether or not our board yet will adopt this. We're happy to keep this public hearing open. And if our board and architecture review board would like to conduct a study again, there might be some concerns as to who does the study, but it could make sense to, again, inventory homes and then really solve this for once and for all. And I personally think that would be a good investment, regardless of this hearing. So, Max, we appreciate your comments, and anyone is also welcome to contact myself or any members of our board, to get some more opinions and to provide some more input. Again, we're here to listen. That's our job, and we do understand that there are some homes that need protecting, and we also understand that there's quite a few people that make their living who in the real estate community. So the goal is to make this as seamless and as easy as possible, to both help our preservation, but also to make sure that we're not, hurting people's home values.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Peter DeWitt. That's our last hand that is raised, at least for now.
Here he comes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Peter.
Hi. I want to point out that this study has been done of what these buildings are. There was a study initiated in 1998 by GAI consultants that listed contributing buildings, mostly vernacular, outside historic district at that time. In 2011, Zach Studenroth, the historic consultant for the village, updated that list. And then this past winter, the current members of the board, myself, Mark McIntyre, John Gregory, and Sarah Latham, did a windshield survey of these buildings. And I can actually share the screen of the map I produced of these buildings, so you can see where they are. It's a very valuable graphic. And there it is. These are the buildings we're talking about in the village that are of special concern. They were listed they were considered contributing buildings, not historic in themselves, but contributing to the historic nature of their neighborhoods. We went out, the four of us, and surveyed them. And if you want to look closely, you can see that we evaluated which were altered, which were demolished, and which were intact. The ones that are black are intact. So I don't think the village needs to spend any more money on a study that will, if his history is any guide, will not be enacted upon. We've done the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Could you can you send this to us as well so we can post this on the village website?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
I'd be delighted.
Can you send it so we can see it and understand it better? Because this is, this is exactly what I think was talked about earlier, and trying to understand the houses that are out there.
Yes, I will send it to you
And,
this evening or tomorrow morning.
Right.
Excuse me, Charlene, could you reach out to the studies that Peter was referring to from 20 plus years ago? Could we have them published on the website just so the public can see what was done back in '98? I think that's
Well, I can speak to that actually, Joe. They're in a filing cabinet of the building department, and they are, paper copies from, 22 years ago, and they really should be, photocopied and made available electronically. The records are there. And we actually, in our study, to determine what had been altered and what remained, we consulted them to prepare that map.
So if we can have that scanned and put online so the public can see
Yes.
it, would be great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. DeWitt, you can certainly email me, and maybe we can coordinate and touch base sometime early next week. Would that be possible?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to Peter's point, and although I mentioned it in the previous presentation and chose not to repeat it tonight because I just thought we were beyond that. But in addition to his map, what created the map is a Excel sheet behind that. And behind that, a photographic record of those houses. So there's a lot of detail, and the work that Peter and the other board members have done, you know, it's, and Sarah was village historian at one point, is comparable. And as I think we can show to the board, anything that would be, the village would have to pay for. And they made an Herculean effort. And whether we present this to the board or whether it's necessary to do so in a work session, if you wanted then verified by a third party, if you felt that necessary for legislation, then yeah. But a great deal of work has already been done, which again, if you need to bring in a third party outside the village, you can do so to opine on it or whatever.
Ken, do you know what the legal ramifications are? Well, not the ramifications, but the legal parameters are for us to take these 22-year-old studies and to update them? I mean, I know they were sanctioned by a previous board many years ago. So is there any way that we now can save money and use these studies to update them? I mean, what's the process there?
Well, my recommendation would be that if you're going to take action with respect to the studies that are over 20 years old, that they should be dusted off and updated. I think this board could be criticized with relying upon studies that are over 20 years old. That doesn't mean that you can't use it as a base.
Right, that's what I'm saying, use it as a base.
To be updated, but that would be my recommendation.
Well, in fact, this map, we updated it this past winter. It's updated as of last month as to whether they exist, demolished, or have been altered.
But I can recognize the need for third-party review as well. So we're definitely, but the groundwork has largely been done. And if the board and the village and Ken, you and Charlene require third-party validation, that can surely be made a part of it. The board is happy to work with not only the trustees, but any third parties that you want to bring into this.
I just think the first step would be to get the old studies back or get them online so the public can view them, and then we can go forward to update them accordingly and to make sure that we can, you know, again, use them as a base to go forward. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, are there any additional
Yes.
public comments?
Coming in, Max Bass.
Hi, thank you for having me back. I just would like to say with all due respect, that is not an economic study. And I completely agree with fully updating it and going further. And on the aspect of costs, it's a little bit confusing to me. Earlier in this meeting, we were just talking about surplus and how we've surplus for this year. If we've surplus so much, why are we not attributing that money to more studies to see if this is actually something that's worth the time that we're all putting into this?
Thank you very much, Max. All good points. Okay.
Thank you, Max. Oh, and one more, John Bennett. Coming in. Hi, John.
Thank you for taking so much time, and thank you for letting me back in again. I've been trying. The reason I've been chatting is because I'm limited to 3 minutes, which didn't seem to apply to the board members. I'm very, very concerned when potential regulators are such ardent supporters of additional power and additional regulation. That should give anyone a chill up their spine. I don't know about you, but that's a concern to me. Typically, laws are passed, giving the ZBA, changing ZBA powers, stuff like that, you never see members of the board. They let the legislative process take a hold. This public hearing is for the purposes of the stakeholders. As far as I'm concerned, I've always thought it's sort of funny. The stakeholders, as far as I'm concerned, are the people who pay the taxes. Okay. If you're going to study this, you have to study it the way the Secretary of the Interior says. You're supposed to take a separate, independent, credentialed inventory, and that inventory is supposed to be the subject of public input. So when the historic district was first created, they sent out questionnaires to everybody. They created blue sheets, and there were comments on those before you became, in this district, before you became a contributing structure. You had the ability to comment on it. And by the way, when Ms. Latham talks about the 50-year, I don't know that you saw that in the chat. Yeah, 50 years is the first time when you can voluntarily request that your house be, landmark. So there's so much half information being given here. There's so many things being thrown out about certain programs that have nothing to do with a program like this. And I'm going to go back to what I said before, which is the houses that were given for examples of this, that shouldn't have been torn down. The Johnson house was torn, the Johnson addition to that wonderful Queen Anne house. And I've got it here, drive by it now. It looks much better than it did before without Philip Johnson's like bad boy middle finger to traditional architecture that he did in the 50s, which everyone agrees is probably one of his worst things that he ever did. But that was subject to Architectural Review Board approval. And the Kolokundis house missed by a couple of years. And that's also with Lucian Ting's, house across the theater across the street from that wonderful 1920s International House that he did on the other side of Halsey Neck. So if you want to advance the year by 10, and by the way, it wasn't an arbitrary year. It was based upon the 1926 Sanborn map, so it wasn't arbitrary, and it was a long time ago, 100 years ago, not 50 years ago. So you have to slow down, put the brakes on, maybe scratch your head and wonder why the regulators are such strong supporters of this, and get public input, because after all, they're the people. It's interesting. Zoning laws are the whole purpose of zoning laws is
That's 3 minutes, Mr.
Let
Bennett.
me finish, because you let the board members go on.
The
Zoning
board members are not limited in their speech.
Excuse me?
The board members are not limited in speech.
No, the Architecture Review Board members, you let them speak past 3 minutes. Zoning laws are supposed to increase value. I will tell you that every study, because I've read them all, every study that you see that says historic designations increase value was written by a preservationist. Every one of them. So let's slow down and let's get some information. If you want to have a committee, the committee should have land use lawyers, you should have real estate brokers, as well as preservationists. You should have the average guy on the street. What do you think about what we're going to do with the value of your house and the process we're going to put you through? Because a handful of people want more power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John.
I don't see any more, Mayor.
Okay. So seeing that the public hearing will likely need some more community input, including what I think should include a letter or mailer to go out to people who may be affected, just so, again, everyone is aware. I think it makes sense to adjourn the meeting. I'd ask the board, though, should you think we should adjourn this to the next public meeting, not public work session, but next public meeting, or is there an additional date?
I think we should allow comment at the work session so we can discuss this further as a board and possibly break the rule and allow this discussion to continue. That's my
Trustees, we already have one public hearing on for the work session, and we've got that agenda is loading up quite quickly.
Okay.
And Ken Gray, if I may chime in, what I'm hearing from Jeff is that the proposed local law is going to be further modified by Alice Cooley, to add in some of the factors that he's suggesting. So I think the April 20th date is unrealistic. You'd probably be better off pushing this off to the May date.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Just gonna check the schedule for May. That's gonna be.
I believe it's the 11th.
Yes.
May
No,
13th.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 13th. It's the
13th.
13th.
13th. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the public hearing to May 13th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, thank you. I'd like to ask our board for a brief 5-minute recess. It's been a long meeting. I think we all can use a quick breather. And wanted to thank everybody who participated in the public hearing. That is what local government is supposed to be all about, getting as much input as possible, getting dialogue, showing respect for our colleagues, regardless of opinion. And I wanted to thank everyone for their participation. So with that said, would like to just call a 5-minute recess.
There you
Okay.
go.
All right. Thank you, Kat. You're doing a great job tonight. It's a long one, just like the used to be. I may just heads up for everybody. I actually stepped out, but I may need to step out again to grab my charger. I'll just let everyone know when that happens. But moving forward, we have 2 communications to the board. Those are in our packet regarding the free elite baseball clinic at Southampton Dog Park by Trenton Perry and the summer baseball camp at Downs Family Park by Andrew Smith. Just want to make sure our board has those, and our clerk's office will be in touch to answer those questions. There are no discussion items tonight, so we'll move forward with the suggested resolutions. Charlene, I will let you kick this off.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Resolution number 1, resolved that the claims for the warrant dated April 8th, 2021 totaling $298,866.25, warrant A16 of the general fund, and $212.72, warrant T12 from the trust fund disbursement be audited and approved. Do I
So
have
moved.
a motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, resolution number 2, that the reading of the minutes of the public session March 11th be dispensed with and those minutes be accepted and filed by the village administrator, and the actions taken at that meeting are hereby ratified and approved. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 3, resolve the Board of Trustees hereby approves the easement agreement for One Pond Lane dated April 8th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Quick discussion. Could you just give me a little bit on this? I didn't get a chance to look at it in my packet.
That's Ken.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you want me to jump in?
Please.
Okay, apparently the owner at One Pond Lane had an issue that they didn't have good drainage, and what would happen is their leaders or that would get clogged up and would not drain, I should say, and the water would get stagnant on their roof of that building that has been rehabilitated. I'm sure everybody's familiar with what property we're talking about. So the water would stay on the roof and create damage to the building and then create leaks. So what they're looking for were leaders that they could run down onto the building and then put into dry wells. Those dry wells are pretty much in the village not pretty much, they are in the village right of way. So there's on 2 sides of the buildings, they would like to put drains that run down that feed into a dry well, and that eventually the water can disperse. And then on one side of the building, in the village right away, which is not on the sidewalk, but kind of on the grass area, they want to put a concrete pad to put their HVAC equipment, which they will protect with bollards, protecting them. Again, that's in the village right of way. So that was their request. And based upon the site plan that they submitted, I prepared an easement agreement, and that's what's before you now.
I do have one question in regards to one comment. I did see, first of all, I want to thank the owners doing a great job. It looks fantastic, you know, restoring the building back to what it was back in the 50s. The sidewalk work that was done, was that done by the, was that done, or was that by the village, or was that done by privately by the owner? Because I see that there's a new sidewalk, new curbing. Was that done by us or the owner? Anyone know?
My understanding is that some of the work was done by the village itself, but when they're putting in the dry wells, my understanding is on one side of the building, they're gonna have to dig up at least two flags of concrete, which they're gonna be required to replace and repair.
Okay, because I saw new curbing there and new sidewalk done. I didn't know if that was a joint thing with the owner and the village, or if that was just done by the.
I think that was village work.
Okay.
And do we have drawings of the proposed area?
Do we have a drawing?
Do we have any renditions of what they're looking, where it is and stuff, like a site map?
Sure. There's a site plan, and it's actually attached as an exhibit or an attachment to the proposed easement agreement. So we have a survey and we have a site plan. The site plan lays out where the work is done.
Okay, in mine it says schedule a site plan January 22nd, 2021. It does not have a site plan attached to it. So that's why, that's the only reason I asked. If there was a site plan attached, I would have. So, but I mean, I as long as, I mean, if it's mostly under, I'm assuming it's the south side is the one that's mostly under the sidewalk, and then that's also where they're putting the pad for their HVAC, is on the south side there at Culver, correct?
Correct. So everything on Hill Street side is basically underground. That's where the dry wells are. And then on Culver Street, there are a couple more dry wells, and one of them has a cast iron grate to have access in case it gets clogged up. But yes, the two condenser units that are proposed to be on a prefabricated concrete pad with the bollards are on the Culver Street side of the building.
Okay, and I guess just a question. I mean, normally the AC units and stuff go up on the roof, and their concern was, especially if they're taking the drainage off of the roof now with the thing, what is their concern for if they were up there? Just the sight of them over whatever the roof line is?
Yeah, I did not have that specific conversation with the applicant's representatives. But I think part of the concern was, you know, access to those units, and they thought that this would be the better solution.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. The only thing I would add is that we definitely want to encourage our businesses and our new ones. And so, you know, I know we are happy, and I know I'm happy to really help out our businesses, those that need easements, whether they're for drainage, new septic, whatever they are. We want to get our businesses rolling. So we are happy to help. In any case, that's all I've got. If we're ready to vote, Charlene, I'll let you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 4, per the recommendation of the Board of Ethics, the Board of Trustees hereby accepts the resignation of Vince Skrbinski, effective immediately, vacating the term ending June 30th, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 5, per the recommendation of the Board of Ethics, the Board of Trustees hereby appoints Susan M. Steinhardt, effective immediately, to fulfill the vacant term ending June 30th, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Quick question on procedural. Is this a mayoral appointment or is this the board as designated by the ethics? I thought all board was a mayoral appointment and the board ratifies. Is there a reason why we're doing it differently?
You are correct. In the past, we have tried to be inclusive of the board, even though as per village law, I could appoint unilaterally, but would like to do this as a team effort and be as inclusive as possible.
But, okay, I mean, is that procedurally, Ken, are we okay then with accepting a recommendation of the Board of Ethics that we appoint? Whereas, I mean, again, I have no problem with her. And I think that any mayoral appointment that we have done in the past, when there has been, communication prior to it coming on, has passed without issue. So I'm just wondering why we're changing that and I'm hoping that are we okay doing it this way rather than making it a mayoral appointment and we just ratifying her as a member of the board?
I agree, and I agree with what the mayor said. By law, it's a mayoral appointment subject to, and in this point, the mayor would like to have confirmation by the Board of Trustees. This mayor and this board is in no way bound by any recommendation by the Board of Ethics, if that's what your question is.
No, I'm not. It's not the recommendation. It's just I thought from a procedural perspective, it's a mayoral appointment. The board ratifies that mayoral appointment, so he has the support from the board on the ratification of the resolution. So I mean, again, as long as we're okay with doing it this way. And if you say we are, then fine. I mean, I'm not opposing her. She looks great on paper.
Yes, so it is a mayoral appointment, and you're doing belts and suspenders with the Board of Trustees ratifying.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Except nowhere in the resolution does it say it's a mayoral appointment, and it's not underneath the mayoral appointments tonight. It's on as a resolution. It's on as a standalone resolution, which is resolved per the recommendation of the Board of Ethics, the Board of Trustees hereby appoints Susan Steinhardt effectively immediate to fill the vacant term ending June 30, 2022. So it's, again, as long as we're okay from a legal standpoint, I have no problem doing it this way. I just thought if it was a mayoral appointment that happens and then we ratify. So I'm good.
All right. Thank you again. Just again, a few people watching, the way this works, just so we're all aware, is that the mayor appoints and the board ratifies that appointment. And if there are the majority of the board supporting ratifications, then we could hire. There was in the instance of a vacancy, and we're fulfilling a vacancy, the mayor, myself, could make the unilateral appointment. In this case, we just want to be more inclusive. I had made one unilateral appointment that was for Kathy Sweeney. That was earlier on. She was filling a vacancy. She's an Air Force veteran. Very happy to make that unilateral appointment. In this particular case, we want to be inclusive. Andrew, I know what you're saying. You're saying the Board of Trustees. That just means I have to make the motion. And so once I make the motion, there could be a second we can ratify. So motion made, and we're hoping to have your support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 6, that Julie Crudup is provisionally appointed to the title of accountant trainee at an annual salary of $53,000 effective April 9th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution
I'm
number,
gonna make a motion to table resolution 7.
okay, so we have a motion to table resolution number 7. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the resolution is tabled. Resolution number 8, the Board of Trustees hereby approves the hiring of Emily Beers as seasonal clerk for the tax receiver at an hourly rate of $19 per hour, effective May 24th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 9, the Board of Trustees hereby approves Elena Williams to be accepted into the Fire Department, Fire Police Company number 1 as a probationary member for 1 year with an effective date of April 8th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 10, the Board of Trustees hereby approves Daniel Claude Sr. to be accepted into the Southampton Fire Department, Fire Police Company number 1 as a probationary member for 1 year with an effective date of April 8th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Whereas the Village of Southampton, the village and the resolution number 11, whereas the Village of Southampton, the village and the police chief, Chief Cummings, are parties to an employment agreement dated May 19th, 2016, which specifies that the duration of the agreement shall be from June 1st, 2016 through May 31st, 2021, the agreement, and whereas the agreement dated May 19th, 2016 included a 5-year term which extends beyond the elected term of any member of the village board that authorized the agreement and was entered into before the term of any current elected members of the village board. And whereas based upon the terms of the agreement and consideration of the cost of the agreement and benefits contained therein, the village does not wish to be bound by the agreement or any of its terms beyond the expiration date of May 31st, 2021. Now therefore be it resolved that the village shall continue to honor the terms of the agreement until terminating on the expiration of the agreement on May 31st, 2021, and be it further resolved that the village shall not renew, extend, or be bound by the police chief's employment agreement or any of its terms beyond the expiration date of May 31st, 2021, and be it further resolved that commencing June 1st, 2021, Chief Cummings' base salary and longevity shall remain at their current level unless increased by resolution of the village trustees, and at the chief's other terms and conditions of employment shall be established by the village trustees and shall be consistent with applicable provisions of law, and that of other non-represented management level personnel within the village of Southampton. So moved. Oh, I'm sorry. So we have a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Do we have a second?
Discussion, please.
Yes. That's all you got.
I will just make some, let my feelings be known. So I'm not comfortable with this. Couple reasons why, as I did talk to the liaison McLaughlin quite a bit in the past few weeks, and we all did have a meeting and we discussed this. I supported Trustee McLaughlin's idea. I know he worked hard and I appreciate that. I did let him know that if I was going to be a little selfish, I would want a little bit more. However, since then, I haven't heard anything, and this just appeared on Tuesday. I got that this was going forward. So this is not a defense of the chief. It's not a defense of the police department. Really, what I'm going to talk about is how I feel the way that the village is conducting its business, and how if we aren't careful, could we put ourselves in harm's way? We do have plenty of time. This is up until 5/31, so we do have over a month and a half. I am not the most skilled negotiator. However, I do know that sometimes things can get done in a period of time that is the day before. I don't know if we've exhausted everything, or at least I feel that we haven't. I do believe we have another shot at this. We haven't had a legal opinion in writing, to my knowledge, yet. And, Joe made a good point when we talked. He talked about an election year, that something like this, in the future and even now should not be done in election year. And it was a good point, and I agree with him on that. More importantly, we don't have a plan moving forward. And I am not comfortable with this resolution as it says right now. Ken, I don't know if you can have any legal thing about, how this goes forward. Again, we've had some, I'm not 100% confident of where we stand and in terms of protecting the village also, and also looking at this from a situation of what is best for the totality of the village and its employees. And so I had to share that with you, to the public. This is how I feel. And I'm definitely not comfortable with this. Thank you.
All right, Trustee McLaughlin, I'm just going to jump in if that's all right here.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to address a few things, and then we'll pass it off to you. And this will be a very likely lengthy discussion and a good one. I just wanted to address a few things for the record, which Trustee Parrish says, and I agree. We want to be thorough, and we want to be do a good job negotiating on behalf of our taxpayers. First off, you had mentioned we shouldn't do this in an election year. Every year is an election year because, as you know, this year we have a mayor and 2 trustees that are up, and the next year there's 2 trustees that are up. So every year is an election year. So I just would like to point that out. And then you also said you don't want to put the village in harm's way. We did put the village in harm's way, and we put the village in harm's way by having an evergreen clause in this contract. And so by not putting the village in harm's way, we should actually vote to not renew this, thereby denying this evergreen clause. I will say that we went through this at great length. We've had numerous discussions. Trustee McLaughlin, who has walked us through this entire process and has done the work. Again, we've gone through the salary structure. Again, our job, we have fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer. There is a $238,930 longevity. There is night differential, vacation pay. There is the following. We have 28 paid vacation days, 4 paid personal days, 21 paid sick days. That's 18 plus 3. That results in $503,000 of uncompensated absences calculated in this particular contract. We had our auditor on earlier who advised us of our forthcoming uncompensated absences and other long-term liabilities. All we are doing here tonight is that we'll have a vote as to whether we think that this contract is in the best interest of the village. Now, again, to make this clear, this is not about the performance of our chief. We do everything we can to support our law enforcement. This is about a contract that was negotiated by a prior administration, as our labor council pointed out, not without consulting any labor council. I think this is a good issue because our taxpayers and our residents have a right to know where we're spending our money. Approximately 1.65% of all of our taxpayer revenue simply goes to this contract. And if this contract is not renewed, it will just give us more time to negotiate. But furthermore, our chief, again, we support him, will be subject to the same policies and procedures and same paid vacation days and other policies that every other employee is subject to. So ultimately, this is quite simple. We are determining whether or not we should continue this contract in perpetuity. I don't think that any one of our taxpayers would want to have this contract in perpetuity, nor is it in the best interest of the village. So I just wanted to correct those points. I really do appreciate your point of view. We all have one. What would happen is if we voted not to renew it for the time being, there would be some things that would not be included in this. For example, clothing, cleaning in college, that would not be included. There would be no special treatment as to additional paid time off, paid vacation, paid holidays, the 60 or so days that are included in that. So again, it's good to have a vote on this, and it's good for our residents to know where we stand on this issue. I would also like to say that it's important that we vote, because that's what we are. As John Bennett pointed out, we're legislators. It's our responsibility to vote on this. And I would be wrong if I did not point out that it would not be appropriate to abstain from this vote. And there's only two reasons to abstain. The first reason to abstain is if you do not have enough information. Well, that cannot be possible. We've been discussing this now for 4 months. We had a discussion about this publicly earlier on. This was on the front page of the Southampton Press. This has now been in the newspapers, both in New York State and nationally. Hundreds of thousands of people are now aware of this, for better or for worse. And ultimately, everybody, Southampton Village or not, knows what's going on. So I think that abstaining would not be appropriate. That just means that you do not have enough information. The other reason why one would abstain is if there's a conflict of interest. And there would be a conflict of interest if, and I don't think this is the case, but we never know, General Municipal Law 805 defines that's New York State law, defines taking a gift as money, service, loan, travel, entertainment, hospitality, thing, or promise. And I can go into this later on, but if anyone has accepted a gift from a independent organization in exchange for their vote on this, then you should also abstain. But those are the only two reasons why one should abstain. So those are my points. I have plenty more this evening, but I just wanted to address those issues straight on.
Mr. Mayor, if I can speak, please. So I would like to take this time to address the board and the public. I will be voting to abstain on this resolution, not because I don't believe in police reform, because I have, as a police liaison, I do believe, and I have been in negotiations with our council in regards to the Chief Cummings contract. I do believe that we need. I do believe we need police reform in this manner. I want to remind the public that we passed a 3-2 vote back in December to hire Ed Hartnett to look into this issue of allocating resources within the department. And I am the reason for my abstention, Mr. Mayor, is not because I believe in contracts that burden the taxpayer, or that I believe are become unaffordable. I am abstaining purely because, as a police liaison, I believe a agreement has not been reached as per the contract as of yet. I do believe that the last offer this board had made had not been responded to, a yes or a no. And I would like the time to sit down with the chief and his counsel to find a resolution to this. And I just want to address one thing I did share with Trustee Parrish weeks ago. And I did say to him that I want to have, that I felt it was not good to have this contract, or any contract, come up during an election year. Yes, Mr. Mayor, every year is an election year on the local level. However, the mayor, who as you point out, is the de facto CEO of the village, and he also is the official police commissioner. And as a police commissioner, I don't think it's right to have a contract expire on the year in which the police commissioner, if he or she runs for re-election, is using a contract to get reelected or to not get reelected. And let me remind the public further, the chief is a civil servant. So whether or not we agree with his performance or what he's done in his tenure, I believe that he can stay on as chief till he's 70 years old, I believe. So at this, and I also want to address, Mayor, you also addressed that this was in the national press, or in at least the regional press. I believe that to be wholeheartedly embarrassing. And I will say that really kind of handicapped my ability to negotiate this contract renewal, or a temporary extension so the chief can find a proper way to retire in dignity. Now, again, I understand that we have members of this board who may have a issue with some aspects of the department. Again, I voted as the deciding vote to hire a firm for that purpose, to look at the department as a whole. And I believe wholeheartedly that we can still come to a negotiation with the chief. And I believe that as the person who is negotiating as a liaison, I believe it isn't inappropriate for me to take this vote. This village, we need unity, not division. And this, and what has transpired with this board as a whole and the community by having these things in the regional press, yes, it is bad to see our name. As I said earlier, we are a historic village, and to have our name plastered on the front page of a regional paper is, to me, is unbecoming of a historic village known around the world for its beaches, its beautiful downtowns. So I will vote to abstain on this resolution.
So Trustee McLaughlin, I just wanted to respond to you. I fear, and I don't think you're assuming that I had anything to do with this, but I will tell you that I had zero to do with the story of being in the national press. But you're right, it is embarrassing. And I'll tell you why it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing because this contract is so high. As one of the national publications put it, it's more than Dermot Shea, the commissioner of the New York City Police Department, makes. So that's why it was in the national press, because you're right, we do have national attention in Southampton. We do have a spotlight on us. And so it was in the Southampton press. Regional and national publications do pick that up. And because this contract with the Evergreen Clause was so high, again, higher than Dermot Shea, the commissioner of the New York City Police Department, and loaded with benefits, including the $828,000 of uncompensated absences and a total of $1.2 million of total post-retirement costs, and a grand total of $403,000 of annual cost to the village, and compounding over time because this goes up. Of course, this is going to be in the national press because this is incredulous. Now, you were also asserting that this is because people are trying to get elected or not get elected. This is the responsibility of the trustees to control the purse strings and the budget of this village. And so this is the time this contract came up, and this board could vote to renew it or not renew it or to take no action. But we are negotiating this contract. And the issue is that this is an evergreen contract. And so if we don't opt to not renew it, the person we're negotiating with could sit there and do nothing and continue to have compounding growth on this very high contract. And so we have to vote to not renew it, because otherwise we can't negotiate, because he's got the contract that he wants. Of course he's not going to take less. This is more. It's like one of those, it's like one of those commercials, more is better than less. But there's no way that he would come to the table, because this is a very lavish, rich contract, and it only grows and compounds over time. And so we must vote to not renew it so we can have strength at the negotiating table. But at the meantime, we could save our taxpayer money by not agreeing to these clauses and benefits that were agreed in the privacy of one's office without labor counsel being present and done by a prior administration. Our board is not bound, according to both, there's ample case law out there, and also written opinion and opinions provided by our attorney, our labor counsel. So it's really, I think what's important is to get this out there. It's really a simple vote, and our trustees are out here to express their opinion. And it's good to take a vote on this. The other thing I would add, and I Trustee Pallaro, I apologize because I'm taking a little bit of time here. I just want to go back to the two reasons for abstention. Again, one is if you don't have enough information, but we all know we've been doing this for a long time. You've just said that you have plenty of information. But again, the only other reason to abstain would be if there is a conflict of interest. So I just want to go and talk about general municipal law real quick here. So general municipal law 805, again, defines what a gift is. And it states, 1, No municipal officer or employee shall, directly or indirectly, solicit any gift, accept or receive any gift having the value of $75 or more, whether in the form of money, service, loan, travel, entertainment, hospitality, finger promise, in any other form under circumstances which could be, here we go, reasonably inferred. I'm reading an opinion by NICOM. Emphasis added, they say, that the gift was intended to influence him or her, or could reasonably be expected, they say, emphasis added, to influence him or her in the performance of his or her official duties, or was intended as a reward, as, again, I'm gonna repeat that, and they write in parentheses, emphasis added, intended as a reward for any official action on his part. So it says, in addition to any penalty contained in any other provision of law, any person who shall knowingly and intentionally violate the section may be fined, suspended, or removed from office or employment in the matter provided by law. So, Trustee McLaughlin, I asked you, have you accepted a gift from a private organization in an excess of $75? It could be $500 or $1,000.
No, I have not, Mayor, and I find it very unbecoming that you are accusing me on a live stream YouTube channel. You are accusing me of taking a bribe. Let me clarify my position.
Have you accepted a PBA card? Because that has a value of over $500. And if you have, you certainly will have to abstain.
I have not accepted anything of value from the police department.
Have you accepted a PBA card?
I will not answer that question in public.
It's a really easy question, yes or no. Have you accepted a PBA card? It has a value. You must have a donation to the PBA in order to receive that card, so you will not be pulled over. So let's be clear here. If you have accepted the PBA card, you're right, you should abstain. But if you have not, then you should be voting.
Again, I will not be subject to this type of questioning in public.
You're a public officer, an elected official, and if you've accepted a gift, okay.
You are accusing me of taking a bribe, which I have not done. So that's, again, Mr. Mayor, we are on public forum. This is inappropriate. If you wanted to jump to executive session, you can do that. I just feel this is grossly inappropriate to do this in a public forum.
May I have the floor, please?
Yes.
Trustee Aresta.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'm sorry that this is getting so political because this is not politics. This is business. This negotiation has been going on for over 4 months. It has nothing to do with police procedure. It has nothing to do with what Ed Hartnett is working on. I mean, for the greater good of our community, it's time to vote on this contract. We need to get rid of this ridiculous evergreen clause, and that's what this is about. You brought up something about the protection of our village, Trustee Parrish. The chief's not here 2 months out of the year as it is, so I don't even understand that statement that you made. And also, this vote does not mean that negotiations cannot continue. It just means we're getting rid of this evergreen clause and trying to make a contract that's fair for both sides, because this contract is not fair for the people of the village of Southampton. It's unheard of. And as far as that Post article is concerned, it was factually, it was accurate. And you could go on See Through New York and you could see what everybody or anybody that works for the state of New York makes. So they didn't report on anything that isn't public information. And as I have gotten tremendous feedback from the residents of this village, tremendous. And not one person said that this wasn't a ridiculous clause in the contract. And I'm going to go back to the way this contract was negotiated with the previous administration. And we spoke about this at our last meeting. And Vince Toomey even alluded to it, or he stated it, that this contract was one-sided when it was made. We had no representation except for one person, not a negotiator, not an attorney on the village side that was in that room that made this ridiculous contract. We owe it to our public. This is our responsibility. We need to be fiscally responsible to the village residents, and this is our job. It's not a personal thing, it's business.
I will not argue on the merits of the contract. I do agree with the fact that the contract, there are elements of it that are, in my view, egregious. However, as I said before, we have not heard a response by the chief or his counsel as to if he will accept a version of the offer given to him in our last negotiations. And that's why, and furthermore, the reason why I am abstaining, Mr. Mayor, is not because of anything else that I don't know the ramifications of this resolution. I don't know what legal action could be taken or could not be taken by the chief counsel. I'm trying to protect the the interest of the taxpayer. And yes, I do agree with the mayor and with the deputy mayor that we do have issues with the contract, but we should address them and allow this process to proceed and have a communication with the chief's counsel so we can get a final contract finished, so we can put forward a transition to have new leadership within a reasonable time period, so we can make the appropriate reforms that we would like to see in this new world of police reform.
Well,
that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry that you were finished. May I?
Let me just reiterate one more time, Mayor and Trustee Ressa. I was the deciding vote to hire Mr. Ed Hartnett to make these reforms. So I am anxious to look at this report and to see how we can, again, reallocate or allocate our sources within the department to make our department more efficient, to make sure that people who are in 2-hour parking spaces can be ticketed, to make sure that we can have more cops on the beat, to make sure that we have more traffic violations. And we need to look at, do any of us accept free legal counsel on these issues? I mean, that's another issue. We need to really look at what's best for this village. And yes, I agree with the premise that this contract is top heavy. I do, but I do believe we can take steps to make sure that a proper, timely transition takes place, so we can make these proper reforms.
Okay, so that is, you're stating the reason why we should not renew this contract, because the chief has not responded. Maybe if we didn't have a contract, maybe he will come to the table in good faith. This has been going on for 4 months, and as far as the press is concerned, he has not been negotiating in good faith. He's been leaking all the way down the line to the press. He's got leaks all over the place.
I don't disagree.
So, I mean, what you're saying to me, Joe, I'm sorry, I have to disagree. It's a business thing, and he needs to come to the table, and he's not doing that, and because this thing will just keep going on and on.
Mr. Mayor, may I jump in for a second? Mr. Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, I've been listening to this conversation, and I think we're now delving into an area of strategy for contract negotiations, and I think that's inappropriate to be doing in public session. Obviously, there's a motion on the table. I believe it was seconded, if I'm not mistaken, and there's been dialogue about who is going to vote or not vote, but I think we're now delving into an area of strategy for contract negotiations, and I think we should rein it in a little bit at this point.
All right. I agree. I think at this point, it's really, we vote how we vote, and we're simply voting on the numbers and not about strategy. So I agree with you.
Is there any more comments?
So Charlene, correct me if I'm wrong. There was a motion made by the mayor on item number 11. I believe
Yes.
it was seconded
By trustee Aresta.
by trustee Aresta. Now I think we should poll the board.
Okay, or we have a motion on the resolution, and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed? Nay.
As stated before, abstention due to reasons.
One, so we have we have 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention, so the resolution fails.
Correct.
I just want to make one comment. This was pretty sad. The attacks on a fellow elected official in public. I think it's something that we definitely need to think about doing. If we disagree with each other, that's fine. But again, there comes the point of communication, and I'm really disappointed. Thank you.
I'll continue on.
Thank you, Trustee Parrish. I'm just going to say, you're right. It's unfortunate. Though I do feel strongly that I'm glad we voted. The public has a right to know about how we feel about this contract. And it's not something we sign up for. I mean, it is something we sign up for. It's not something we like to do. But these are the hard decisions that we need to make as our elected officials. And so I signed up for the job. I'm happy to make the hard decisions. I know there's a lot of people out there that have a strong opinion about this. They might not want to put themselves out there to make these hard decisions. I'm happy to put myself out there. I'm happy to make these hard decisions. I'm happy to be in the public record, and I'm happy for everyone to see this go down, because it's important that our public know exactly what's going on in our village and what has happened for a while. And it is time. This is a very good thing that we're doing. It is unfortunate, kind of some of the dialogue, but it's a good thing to let our public know exactly what we think, to deliberate in public. And the 5 of us, well, 4 of us, need to put ourselves out there and have a position. And this is the unfortunate position we're in, but it is the position. And so that's what we have.
And Mr. Mayor, I mean, I certainly had some things to say, and I could see where the vote was going. But, you know, one of the things that needs to look at is how much really would we be saving the village? What costs are there? You talk about clothing, you talk about cleaning, and you talk about college. You know, again, where are the true savings with them? And, you know, then from there, again, I think that I agree with Trustee Parrish that have we exhausted all of our negotiating skills? I don't believe we have. And I told Trustee McLaughlin, I am happy to try and help where I can. And I will put it out there to everyone. I think there are other trustees on this board and that have not, you know, been at the table and stuff. So I am happy to try and get us back on track, happy to try and work so that we can negotiate a contract that is in the best interest of the village, is in the best interest of this board. But I think that we have to look at what would have been accomplished and what other municipalities could have occurred within other municipalities if all of a sudden a board decides that a current board decides that they don't like the laws and the contracts that were not laws, but the contracts that were signed by previous boards. And those are things that are in place for a reason. Again, longevity pay, night differential, vacation leave, personal leave, sick leave, cleaning, you know, all of that are stuff that are basic within a contract for a police chief. It is also basic that when you have worked hard for 34 plus years within a village, that yeah, some of those things are gonna accumulate up, are gonna come up. You mentioned the police chief for New York City. He was appointed in 2019. Our chief has been here a lot longer than that. So it's very tough. And so I am hopeful that we can get back to the negotiating table, that we can bring, you know, a contract negotiation to an end before the deadline, and that we do it with a way that is beneficial for all of this village.
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a suggestion, since I have been the only one at these negotiations, I actually would welcome, and I would love to talk with council about this. Maybe we can all set aside one day where we have 2 hours to have each of us go into a negotiation with the chief and his council, so each of us can hear with maybe myself and the mayor in the room, and we can all see what's going on, and we can all add our own 2 cents as to how we'd like to see a contract renewed in this sense. That's what I would propose. That instead of me being the only one, we should all take, if we're all interested and we all have opinions, we should all take this time to put aside one day where we all can go into a room in person and discuss this issue with the chief's council. If we're all so interested, we all have our opinions, we should all have a say, we all go on this. I strongly suggest, Mayor, Jesse, you are the mayor. You have yet to join me in any meetings with the chief regarding his contract. I'd welcome any one of you to join me in these negotiations, so the chief can know where we all stand. As I had said before, I agree with the egregiousness of some aspects of the contract. I agree with those, but I do not agree with doing it in this way. I do not. And I also do not agree, and the reason for my abstention again is because I'm not sure of the legal ramifications for the village if that resolution were to pass. We are legally able to do it. That doesn't mean that it still leaves an open forum as to what the legal ramifications are in this context.
All right, I think we've
Just
all.
one more final thing, and then I'm going to be finished. We seem to be focusing on the past. I hear a lot of, I've heard everybody's comments and everybody has their feelings, and that's what this is supposed to be about. But again, what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of focusing on the past, and it is the mayor. One of the things we said when we were elected 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago, is moving towards the future. So if we want to get into a point where we're going to move on the future, we're going to make a new contract for a future chief. Let's start looking at that, because I don't know where the plan is, and as we move forward, we're arguing about what happened before. Well, that's done. So let's focus not on the past anymore. Let's focus on, hey, the time is here. We know that. I think we're this close personally. That's my feeling. Joe, I would definitely be interested in going and meeting. I do not have experience in negotiation, but however, I believe that I can understand people and what may be right. And these contracts going forward, Trustee Aresta, to your point, we don't have to make one in the future with what they call it. It's a clause. I don't even know what the name is. But again, is that protection for a chief from getting thrown out like a lease would be? Can we look at it that way? We all have our opinions and we all have our feelings, but I believe we're getting lost in translation and we're trying to make a point about who's right and who's wrong. It's not a question because the village suffers. So let's get this moving forward. Thank you.
First of all, the chief's not getting thrown out. Okay, so let's make that clear. He's a civil servant and he can continue on. This is merely getting rid of that ridiculous evergreen clause in his contract. And Trustee Polaro, it equates to about $60,000 a year that he gets in perks. Okay, and he also gets 2 raises every year. That's not going to be taken away from him. He gets his regular increase in salary. He gets a longevity increase as well. So all that is none of that is going to be taken away from the chief. So I just want to clarify that for the record because you're putting out some misinformation there.
But for the record, I mean.
And that was for the record.
Most chiefs have the cleaning, the college, and all of that within their contracts. So a new chief coming in, okay, fine. We might, as a board, decide that this chief, because he doesn't have kids in school or because we don't want to pay his cleaning bills, might not. but another chief that comes in may want those things. They may want those included. Those provisions are pretty standard in any police contract that is drawn up. And there are 50 chiefs on Long Island that make more than our chief.
And none of them have an evergreen clause.
From a longevity standpoint, I understand that he has earned a lot. He has saved a lot because he has been in a position to do that. And Vince Toomey absolutely looked at the last contract and, you know, was allowed to be there. That, I mean, the previous village administrator and Stephen Funch never would have allowed a contract to be signed without having it looked at by village council.
There was no village council in the room at the time of negotiation.
A contract, until it's signed, is always open for negotiation. Until it is signed, it is always open for negotiation.
All right, I'd like to move on. Deputy Mayor, you are correct. Vince on the public record did say he was not present, but that it is, we have now exhausted this. However, you're right. Everyone is right. We must do what is right for this village. And we're voting, our conscience, we're voting what we think is right. But what I'm having a hard time digesting is that it seems like we are fighting so hard for this contract to stay in place. And yet we have, and this bothers me, we have our working class employees who we're not fighting hard enough for. I can tell you, case in point, my own assistant has take-home pay of less than $700 per week. Okay, I don't know how anyone's supposed to live that way. We have the people who are cleaning our streets, who are plowing the snow, who are planting our flowers, who are taking home that type of take-home pay. And I wish we were fighting this hard for them versus fighting this hard to keep $238,893 in night differential, $31,000 in vacation chart, $14,236 in holiday, $4,000 in clothing cleaning college. Additional, fighting so hard for the $86,256 in retirement contribution, the $503,820. Why are we fighting so hard for this? It makes no sense. We should be fighting for our employees who are doing the hard work, who are planting and plowing. And this is who I believe our board should be looking out for. And I don't think it would be, I think it would be appropriate if, for example, the total compensation package was closer to $350,000 or $360,000. I think that's quite reasonable. The $441 total cost, I just, again, we've exhausted this point. It makes no sense to me how this is appropriate for our taxpayer to incur.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
We're
sorry.
done. Okay, we're good here. Thank you, Ken. All right, let's move on to our next resolution.
Resolution number 12, the Board of Trustees approves the following payments from the Fire Department Capital Reserve account, subject to permissive referendum. Upgrade of workstation in the Chief's office and miscellaneous equipment per Fire Department capital plan. WB Mason, 3 office workstations, and shelving at the total cost of $17,553 from Fire Equipment Reserve account. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 13, the Board of Trustees approves the waiver of a ZBA appeal application fee for trustee McLaughlin is filing an appeal in his official capacity as trustee. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can I legally vote on this because it's dealing with the application?
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to.
You should.
Can I legally?
Ken, you should probably abstain from the vote.
You want me to do the resolution then, if that's the case?
If trustee McLaughlin wants to abstain, he's free to do so.
I will recuse. I'll recuse.
Can I ask what this is?
So trustee Parrish, what this is, I was asked on behalf of the ZBA to file.
Trustee, can I jump in for a second? Yeah, so apparently there was an application pending before the zoning board looking for a determination for a subdivision, and the building inspector building inspector in January issued COs for two properties, 365 South Main Street and 385 South Main Street, where in essence he made a determination that those two properties had not merged and that they were separate separate parcels. Trustee McLaughlin is appealing the building inspector's determination to the zoning board because he believes that due to village code, sections of the village code, that the parcels actually had merged by operation of law and now are a single lot. So he's challenging the building inspector's issuance of COs for two separate parcels. That's what we're looking at.
And just also, I want to say, I was asked by a majority of the ZBA to take this action.
So, and I mean, are there two separate tax lot? Are we allowed? I mean, is this what? I mean, because I'm still not sure what we're trying to what the resolution states to and what we're trying to do. Because I mean,
what happens is under New York State Village Law, Section 7-712-A-4 authorizes who's allowed to make an appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and an individual trustee or a board of trustees, either individually or as a board, is allowed to appeal a determination by a building inspector to the ZBA. So that's what Trustee McLaughlin is doing. And because he's doing so in his official capacity as a village official, this resolution is simply, it doesn't stop his ability to file the appeal. It's just waiving the $750 fee. That's all this is. The trustee individually has the right to file the appeal. This is simply waiving the $750 fee.
So if I were, well, I shouldn't say me because I'm an elected official, but generally if this were done by a resident, he would have to pay $750.
Correct. So if a resident was trying to build an extension.
No,
on
I
his
understand. I understand what you're saying now, Ken. I just really wasn't sure about what this was and the fee of $750, and that because Trustee McLaughlin is an official, he can ask for that. Is that correct?
Correct. And let me be clear. If Trustee McLaughlin was asking to appeal to get a variance on his personal residence, this wouldn't apply. This is simply because it's his official capacity.
Understood.
Oh, on behalf of the ZBA, I just want to add that for the record.
But I still am confused because it's the ZBA appealing to the ZBA itself.
No, it's not the ZBA appealing to the ZBA. It's Trustee McLaughlin appealing the building inspector's determination to the ZBA.
But because the ZBA, because he had stated it was the ZBA who asked him for the appeal. So I mean, it's again, the ZBA didn't like a determination, so we're now. I mean, I don't know. It seems very bizarre. I mean, I guess a question that I would have is, do the properties get two separate tax bills?
That is not for the Board of Trustees. That's not our purview.
I mean, is there a way that they are joined? I had two properties in the estate section. We got two separate tax bills. They were never, had owned them for, 30 plus years on one and close to 18 years on another. But
Trustee Polaro, were they contiguous properties?
Yes. Next door to one another.
Were they non-conforming properties?
One was one was pre-existing non-conforming.
Okay, but these are the issues not before the Board of Trustees. These are the issues.
I know, but I'm trying to understand. I don't have a lot of the information on this again. And so I'm just trying to be able to make an informed decision. I mean, if this is just wiping something from Trustee McLaughlin having to pay $750, I mean, I don't know, but I don't know that I have enough information on the totality of it.
Can we go to a vote? I'm sorry you don't understand this, Trustee Polaro. I mean,
I'm starting to understand it
it's
more.
not something new, so.
I'm glad.
I mean, we got these resolutions 2 days ago. If there was a question, I wish you would ask these questions before.
On everything that goes on.
I wasn't finished talking, Andrew. You keep interrupting.
Nor was I, Trustee Aresta.
Is it, do you like talk to me like that because I'm a woman? Because I get that feeling that you talk to me in a condescending way because I'm a woman.
Trustee Aresta, nor was I finished when you interrupted me.
Well, you were finished, I said.
Well, and there you go. You just said, I thought you finished. I had not finished.
I didn't hear you. I asked you that question.
Okay, let me chime in here for a second. Charlene, do we have a motion made?
We have a motion and we have a second, and Trustee McLaughlin had indicated he's going to recuse himself.
Counsel, let me ask, Ken, is that permitted, or, I mean, what is the protocol here?
Recusing yourself or abstaining from a vote is purely an individual matter. It is up to you as a trustee if you want to recuse or not. I am not aware of any financial conflict of interest that you have on this issue.
There is none, so I guess I will decide to take a vote then.
Can I have a question for you? If the motion were to fail, would the village have to pay for, the village board of trustees have to pay the $750 fee? It wouldn't be paid personally by Trustee McLaughlin, would it?
I do not believe it would be paid personally. Again, acting in his official capacity, the village would pay the fee.
The village would pay the fee. So it's exempting the village from the fee.
In essence.
Okay.
The village is paying itself.
Okay, let's go to a vote. Joe, I'm ready for this.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Shirley, just take a minute. I apologize. Listen, it's clear that our board often disagrees, but I just want to say we really have to try to work together here. Easier said than done, but we can take things to a vote. We disagree, we can vote, but please, it's 10:13 tonight. We'd like to get through this. And I just would urge everybody to just try to do our best to work together. So that's all I got, Charlene. I know that everyone would like to go home and get to our families, so we can keep rolling through this tonight. We're almost done.
Okay, resolution number 14 resolved.
Charlene, I'm sorry. So did that pass 5-0?
I had no, I asked if any were opposed and I did not get a response.
Just clarifying. Thank you.
Okay. Resolution number 14, resolve the Board of Trustees approves a contract with Cleary Consulting to review the ZBA application for Nelson Pope Voorhees and Voorhees as the ZBA consultant, as they cannot review their own application. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Just to clarify, I did receive an email. Cleary is going to be charging the same rate as Nelson Pope and Voorhees, except that Nelson Pope has a conflict on this particular ZBA application. That said, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 15, the Board of Trustees hereby approves the waiver of ZBA and Planning Board application fee for the Paris Concert Homestead, as the applicants are nonprofit and working alongside the village on this project. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 16, the Board of Trustees approves the use of Nelson Pope and Voorhees for their engineering services not to exceed $50,000 regarding the Pirates Concert Homestead and Visitor Center. Do we have a motion?
500,000.
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 17, the Board of Trustees approves the Rogers Memorial Library to host a movie night at Agawam Park on Tuesday, August 17th, 2021 at 8 p.m. Motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 18, resolved the Board of Trustees approves the Southampton Village Rose Society to host a Rose Day on June 12th, 2021. At the Rogers Memorial Library and Chamber of Commerce, the events will include a small parade down Job's Lane and flower display competition leading up to the event. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 19, the Board of Trustees approves the Southampton Youth Task Force to host a drive-in movie night at the Downs Family Park on Saturday, April 17th, 2021, and Saturday, April 24th, 2021. This request will include the use of restroom facilities and a traffic control officer. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 20, the Board of Trustees approves the Southampton Chamber of Commerce to host the 12th Annual Farmers and Artisan Market every Sunday during the hours of 9 and 3 p.m. at Agawam Park, May 9th through November 28th, 2021. Sunday, July 11th, 2021 will be relocated to the southern end of the park near the memorial to accommodate the SAA and their annual Art in Park event. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 21. Resolved that the public hearing will be held on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 6 p.m. in Village Hall, 23 Main Street, Southampton, New York, 11968 by the Village Board of the Incorporated Village of Southampton to amend section 116-2, add Article 9 to Chapter 116 and repeal Section 116-8.1 of the Village Code to create a special permit process for accessory apartments. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in fa-
Can I just quick question? Is this similar, Ken, to what we just changed not too long ago for the accessory apartments?
The assessor, trustee, in December, there was, I believe in December, there was a public hearing. There was a continuation of the public hearing, and then it was never further adjourned, and it was
Okay, so this is just a.
It was never a vote.
of-
right. And since it was never properly adjourned to a future date, we had to renotice.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all. So we're going back. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 22, resolved that a public hearing will be held on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 6 p.m. in Village Hall, 23 Main Street, Southampton, New York, 11968 by the Village Board of the Incorporated Village of Southampton to amend Chapter A 122, Outdoor Sidewalk Dining Rules and Regulations for the proposal to increase the application fee for outdoor the dining permit from $200 to $250. And the supplemental agenda that was circulated this afternoon afternoon adds one line to this resolution as a modification. That line was a result of a department head meeting that we had this morning, and some costs incurred by the village on setup for applications that extend past the sidewalk at the later portion of the dining, outdoor dining provision. And that would add a charge for outdoor setup fee based on square footage of outdoor dining area. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor of the notice?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I do have two supplemental. Actually, they're my, I think we're gonna add this, maybe perhaps three. So the supplemental agenda, can I have a motion to add the three resolutions onto on the agenda?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, supplemental resolution number 23. Whereas the village intends to prefer disciplinary charges against an employee of the village who works in the village highway department, employee number 4144 pursuant to section 75 of the New York State Civil Service Law. Now therefore be it resolved that said employee is hereby suspended without pay for 30 calendar days in accordance with section 75 subsection 3 of the New York State Civil Service Law effective April 9th, 2021, pending hearing and determination of the disciplinary charges. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number 2, resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby appoints Tara Collins as Public Safety Dispatcher 1 at a salary of $49,194. 0.95 effective April 9th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
This was an employee who was going to be transferring from the town of Southampton. We received word from the chief that the transfer did not go through, so she will be resigning her position and starting here. She has experience in working at the town of Southampton, and this was at his suggestion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ken, would we just need a resolution to simply approve the Southampton show house, or is that something that we're going to push to the April 20th meeting?
I think you can approve it tonight for that showcase, just subject to any special event permits that are required by the village. So it's basically a motion to support the event, again, subject to any special event permit that is required.
Okay.
So does somebody want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that concludes the resolution portion.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charlene. We now move to comments from board members. Trustee Aresta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Department of Public Works has been very busy. I hope everyone has a chance to go look at the new trees that were planted on Agawam Park, replacing the trees that were dying. Also, they have begun work on the fountain refinishing, and they were working hard there today, resurfacing, and new lights have been installed, so it's going to be looking great this summer. Gary and I went today to Wynwood Way Park, and we're making plans to make that park beautiful. Work continues at Moses Park as well, filling in certain areas that need to be filled in with some soil, and more to come there as well. Village Hall looks great, not only inside, as we mentioned before. Thank you to all those that were mentioned earlier from the building department. It's beautifying inside, but if you look outside, The window boxes are up and it's all dressed up for spring there. So it's very nice to walk by Village Hall and see it looking so nice. And I guess that's it. Once again, thanks, Charlene, and to the trustees and the department heads for working so hard on this budget this year, for the transparency of it, and also for helping us lower the taxes for all the residents of Southampton Village. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next is Trustee McLaughlin.
Thank you. Yes, I too want to say everything looks great in the village. It's, spring is here. People are out walking around and utilizing our beautiful parks and biking and so forth. It's been great weather. The beaches are even some activity at the beaches. I just want to take this time to thank Vince Stravinsky for his work on the ethics board. He has a long standing time of serving the village. He previously served on the planning board for over a decade in the 90s and early 2000s. So I want to thank him for his service, and he will be missed. He has a lot of knowledge, and I also want to say, obviously, welcome Tara to fill a long-standing dispatch vacancy. Our dispatch, and I just wanted to say, hopefully, I'm sure she will bring a lot of knowledge and camaraderie to the dispatch room. So I wanted to thank her and thank Vince as well. So that's all I have. So everyone have a good evening.
Thank you, Trustee McLaughlin. Trustee Parrish.
Yes. Thank you to Vince for your dedication, and welcome Tara. Happy spring. It's good to see people when I believe they're smiling behind their masks walking around. Vaccinations are going well over at Tuckahoe. I got my first last week, which was halfway there. The cupola at Cooper's Beach is just about finished. Gary was good enough to send me some pictures. I want to thank Gary, Andrew, and Kimberly for working on that, getting that so we do get some good reception down there for any type of emergencies. It was something that took some time, but it's come out right, and it's blending in pretty well. I will be sending around to the board in the next couple of days the ocean prep plan that I received from the people interested in running it. So you will be getting an email from that, and I'll be welcoming any type of comments you could, but they're excited and they've already got some inquiries about it. I want to thank some of the members of the DPW who have assisted the town with the piping plover soft fence. So Ann Welker reached out, and it's something that we generally do. So therefore we are working together with the town, which I wanted to thank those members for. And that is it. Have a good night.
Thank you, Trustee Parrish. Trustee Polaro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too thank you, Vince, for your work. Welcome Susan, welcome Tara, and Julie, a couple others who are starting here. And thank you for the ambulance department. Would like to thank Central Garage for keeping one of the rigs going. We've had a couple of maintenance issues with that recently, so thank you to them for it, and we're looking forward to getting on the capital budget and getting that going, as it's one of the rigs that probably is due to be replaced soon. So looking forward to getting that up and running as well. Otherwise, I really don't have anything. It is my pleasure, to serve on this board. Yes, we are asked to make tough decisions at times, but they are definitely made in the betterment of this village and for the village residents.
Thank you, Trustee Polaro. A few quick things, and then another big announcement. First, wanted to welcome Susan Steinhardt for to joining our ethics board, and wanted to thank again Vince for his hard work and creation of helping create our ethics code. Wanted to welcome Tara Collins. We had a good interview with her, and we're very excited to have you on board. We've got a lot of work to do this summer, and so welcome to Tara. Thank the Deputy Mayor for work on the Windward Way Park. We're going to be cleaning up those fences, doing some plantings, enhancing the basketball court, power washing the park. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your hard work there, and also wanted to thank the Parks Department for for their efforts. Spring is here, and so they are working very hard right now. Everyone is at full capacity at the moment. We're a little short staffed there, so I wanted to thank our Parks Department. Good job to everybody there. And then wanted to announce that we have a very big project going on, which will be starting next week with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. We have a pilot program / effort to reduce the harmful algae blooms. It's the first ever this is going to happen in the state of New York, where we'll be installing multiple microsonic devices. Those will be designed to disrupt the harmful algae blooms. They also have a additional telemetric buoys, which will complement the one that we have, so we can actually track what's going on and also compare it to our telemetric buoy. And in addition, we're going to be applying multiple coats of hydrogen peroxide, H2O2, which breaks down into water. And this, again, is the first time in the state of New York that these two methods will be used together. We're very excited. Lake Ogden Conservancy is very excited. DC, we spoke to them. They are excited. To our residents who are still here watching, you may be seeing motorboats, kayaks, and canoes in the lake. This is a big project. We said we're going to clean Lake Agawam. We're going to do it. We wanted to thank our board for the resolution to pay for one of those coats. The Conservancy is going to pay for another one of those coats, and the DEC is going to be providing and paying for the microsonic devices. And then finally, I just wanted to congratulate our two new members to our fire department, particularly Elena Williams. Elena, welcome and congratulations. And with that being said, we can wrap up this meeting. So I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good night.
Good night.